Welcome to episode 165 of the Filthy Casual MMA Watch Party. 65. I'm just gonna share this real quick. Let's do that. Okay. Episode 165 of the Filthy Casual MMA Watch Party. Burns versus Morales. Good to see you. I had some technical difficulties because I've been using this computer since 2015 with very few upgrades. So my computer is doing the long, slow, painful goodbye, and I had to fix some things. But we are here. Happy that you guys are here to support. Please hit the like button so that YouTube knows that we matter in the algorithm. So yeah, been having a couple of issues with some technical stuff. But yeah, we're here. And we've got the Cesar Torres versus Luana Pinheiro. Yeah. 3.5 to 1 favorite. Wow. No respect for Luana. Well, all right. We do not have the good announcer today, unfortunately, but we will get through the stream today. Not mistaken, this is a very chick-heavy fight card. The prelims, 3 out of the 7 fights, and actually 3 out of the first 4 are all women's fights. Women's fights, we have 2 women's strawweight, and 1 women's bantamweight. 2 Luanas on the same card. That's funny. Yeah, JL, man, I can. When I actually sat here, JL, and I thought about it, and if I'm going to be real frank about it, I would rather go out on the town. With the ladies. That's what I'd rather be doing. I'd rather not be sitting here today, but I show up here for you guys, and I hope that you appreciate that. JL, when Ilya Topuria starches Charles Du Bronx Oliveira, where is he pound on my computer. So I'm gonna have to do some. I'm gonna have to do some housekeeping while I'm on the stream with you guys. But okay, I will say that thinking about Charles Oliveira and where his career has gone since he won the championship, and where I think he stacks up as a fighter today, I don't think that the win helps him very much. I think that Topuria has the right idea when he wanted to go after Islam Makhachev, and Islam vacating the belt to go to welterweight, I think does a disservice to the 155 division. I get it. Makhachev does not want to spend a lot of time fighting against fighters who are coming up from the featherweight division. I get it, but I don't think that that's a great. I don't think him running from the. I don't think him running from the. From the. It just seems like he's running from. He's running away from Ilia Topuria. That's what it looks like to me. And I just think that it's quite disrespectful. And I think that Islam Makhachev is going to look back on. I think Islam Makhachev is going to look back on this decision to leave the division, and I think that he's going to regret the effect that it has on. I think that he's going to regret the effect that it has on his on his legacy as a fighter. I just don't think that this was a good idea. But, you know, he gets paid to make the decisions he wants to make with his life. Completely up to him. So, the Knicks beat a Jason Tatum-less Celtics. I thought about this a little bit, but this is mostly incorrect. The reason why it is mostly incorrect is because Jason Tatum played up until the final minutes of Game 5. No, excuse me, up until the final minutes of Game 4. The Celtics had 20-point leads in games 1 and 2 at home and still lost. Jason Tatum was on the floor for those games. They went into New York and dusted the Knicks in Game 3. Jason Tatum was on the floor for that game. When the Boston Celtics lost a 14-point lead in Game 4 on the road, Jason Tatum was on the floor until the last 2 or 3 minutes of the game. So when Boston blew out the Knicks, their most impressive victory of the series, there was no Jason Tatum. Their best win was without Jason Tatum. So we're not. I thought about this, and I said this on Genius Take the Wheel on my personal YouTube channel. I don't want my team to beat the opposing team while the opposing team is hobbled. Is not something that I think warrants being super proud of. But these type of things happen in professional sports. We saw it with the Englishman that wants to fight John Jones. He lost to Curtis Blades, and how did he lose to Curtis Blades? Well, his knee just locked up on him, and he fell backwards. Nothing that Curtis Blades did. Curtis Blades still gets the win. Do we have to like it? No. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. When the New York Knicks were eliminated from the playoffs in the second round last year against the Indiana Pacers, 4 of the 5 starting players for the New York Knicks were injured and out for the season. So the Knicks literally had players on their roster and in their lineup that were playing in the developmental league in that same season. So it didn't stop the Indiana Pacers from talking a lot of shit. And I didn't like it when Indiana talked a lot of shit after winning against a team that 80% of their starting lineup was injured and out and not playing. But the fact of the matter is that the New York Knicks won 3 of the 4 games against the Boston Celtics with Jason Tatum on the floor. Jason Tatum had a legendary game 4, but it wasn't enough. I think they had a 14-point lead, and at the point that Jason Tatum had gotten hurt, they were down by 7. So they were going in the wrong direction. So while I'm not going to talk shit about the Knicks making it to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in 25 years, I'm also not going to say, well, if Jason Tatum was there for game 5 and 6, well, Jason Tatum wasn't there in game 5 and the Celtics still won. And he would have still had to go back to New York. And, the New York Knicks ended up winning by 39. Do you think that Jason Tatum would have been a plus 40 in the game? I don't know. I think that the dominance of the New York Knicks last night, I mean, part of that also is that Kristaps Porzingis has been physically ill pretty much the entire playoffs, and he has not really been himself. So, but when the Boston Celtics were raining threes, nobody was talking about any of this. So I do feel bad for the Celtics, but I'm not particularly apologetic about the Knicks being in the Eastern Conference Finals. I think that looking at the way the first 4 games of the series went, I'm pretty confident in saying that the Knicks had a pretty good chance of closing it out in game 6 anyway. JL says, in my opinion, Charles has regressed. Look at how he held the back of Chandler for 3.5 rounds and almost got finished, while Pimblett dominated and finished Chandler. I mean, those are 2 different things. Also, Chandler was holding out for the Conor McGregor fight, and I do believe that I think that really derailed his career. But then again, I've been saying that these Bellator guys are just not UFC level fighters, and they've just continued to keep showing that. Okay. No disrespect to Jack, but did Bilal look different? I thought a lot about this issue with the way that Bilal Muhammad fought. First of all, much respect to Bilal Muhammad. I thought Bilal Muhammad fought valiantly. I thought he fought like a man. and I was not expecting that. I expected him to plug his nostrils up against the nut sacks of JDM and take huge, deep inhales and see what the down under guys smell like down under. And he didn't do that. He didn't do that. He fought like a man. Now, he talked a lot of crap about Canelo hands or whatever. And I think that all fighters need to have that kind of confidence. And he did crack JDM with some hard shots. It's just maybe, JDM has been punched in the head, 1,311 too many times to get knocked out from some of those shots. But the fact that Bilal Muhammad stood in there and fought like a man, I have more respect for him in defeat, fighting like a man, than hugging somebody's nut sacks for 5 rounds to win on the judges' scorecards. Now, that's not great consolation for Bilal Muhammad because there's a lot more benefit in being a champion than not being the champion. So I understand that some fighters feel like they have to do what they need to do to get their hand raised. But the fact that he bet on himself, I have a lot of respect for Bilal Muhammad that I was lacking before. I'm just going to call it like it is. I didn't see slowness from Bilal Muhammad. I just thought that Bilal Muhammad was trying to implement a lot of the things that he learned in practice, that he learned in training. And what happens is when you pick up a new skill set, the first few times you go to use it in practice, you're going to be thinking a lot about what you're doing because it just hasn't come natural to you. And that's what I think happened to Bilal Muhammad. He was trying to go with a stand-up heavy approach, and he learned some pretty cool things. He learned some good combinations, and I thought that he was able to execute some of them, but they were just a tick slow because he's got to think about these new skills that he's picked up. So obviously when you're hitting the heavy bag, your hands are going to fly as fast as you want them to fly because heavy bags don't hit back. That being said, he gave JDM a lot of problems on the feet. And again, I know that my respect is not worth as much as being a defending undisputed welterweight champion of the world in the UFC. I'm only giving my opinion. As far as the top of the division is concerned, Islam Makhachev has done his job. But I do believe that exiting the lightweight division when somebody said that they were going to drop their title to live at 155, and then you immediately get rid of the belt only because a non-Muslim now holds the title. And I hate that too. That's that's a huge demerit that I give Islam Makhachev. I get it. Bilal Muhammad is, some form of Muslim. This is the UFC. What are you going to do if there's a whole bunch of Muslims at the top of the division? You're just not going to fight them? You guys are professional athletes. You're not fighting these guys because you hate them, and you can't only accept fights against fighters that you hate. There's going to come a time where your teammate's going to come up at welterweight, and what are you going to do? You're just going to drop the title and just, get on your knees and hand it to him? To me, that is the biggest demerit for Islam Makhachev. You fight whoever's up next. Ilia Topuria is not a Muslim. Why didn't you want to fight him at 155 if it's all like that? Oh, you think JDM is an easier target? It's weak. Why is Khalil Roundtree a minus 200 against Hill? Number one, he's got more striking skill than Hill. And number two, they look at the performance against Alex Pereira. So I think that Hill has a concerning knee injury history. He's been dominated by the likes of Paul Craig. And I just think that if I had to pick a winner between Jamal Hill and Khalil Roundtree, I'm taking Khalil Roundtree every time. I think that minus 200 is too tight. I think it's too tight of I think it's too close of the odds actually. I largely agree with you on this, JL. The NHL is, the NHL is probably going through a golden era style renaissance, I would say, and the NBA is just chucking up threes. And as much as I love Steph Curry, he changed the game, but he didn't change the game for the better. Maybe I'm just talking out of my ass, but I'm not a basketball fan. But even I can admit between 2016 and 2019, the NBA had mainstream appeal to it. That was because the Golden State Warriors, not only did they have three homegrown players that they drafted and developed themselves, with Draymond Green being, on the rougher edge of things, but him being a championship player while not having particularly great skill. That is something that most people can relate to. Klay Thompson was never the greatest athlete, but he was a very skilled shooter, something that a lot of people can aspire to. And so they can relate to that. Stephen Curry had a lot of injury problems, a very skinny guy, not very physically strong, but was able to get to the top of the league when they were much better athletes than him. He's not the biggest guy out there. People can relate to that. And they were doing things on the perimeter that had never been seen before in the history of the NBA. So not only did they do something that was super special, but they did it as players that the average basketball fan can relate to. How many men out there are built like LeBron James? I would I would bet easy money that there are way more people in the world that are built like Stephen Curry physically than people who are built like LeBron James physically. So, and of all, there's a great thing where the I hate saying that sometimes. Like, why are you mirroring my camera? Um, there's also a thing about Steph Curry's attitude. He's always super humble. Same thing with Klay Thompson. Until he was a little bit more ornery when he, after his Achilles injury. But again, the Golden State Warriors were a feel-good team, and they were doing things that had never really been seen before, and they were doing it in ways that were very impressive without overpowering their opponents athletically or physically, for that matter. So, yeah, that's my opinion of that. Like the Nuggets and Celtics won championships recently, but no one gives a shit about. Yeah, the Celtics, the Celtics, or a storied team. They're a very, very good team. They just had some of the bad luck that other teams have had. Did you hear that Shoeless Joe Jackson is eligible for the Hall of Fame? Funny how they banned him, yet the Astros cheating was overlooked. So I'm going to explain to you the whole thing with Shoeless Joe Jackson. Shoeless Joe Jackson was part of the Chicago Black Sox scandal, where the Chicago White Sox got mixed up with the mob, and they agreed for a nominal fee to intentionally lose the World Series. That is a major problem. Now, back in those days, professional baseball players who were some of the best in the world, because at the time they didn't allow black people to play. They were some of the best players in the world. They got paid jack and shit. They got paid way more money to lose the World Series than they got paid to win the World Series. So that temptation was there, and they fell to the temptation, and they were banned because it was part of a betting scandal. The Houston Astros cheating was not overlooked. Their manager and general manager were banned from baseball for a year after that. Not only that, but the player who implemented the cheating, Carlos Beltran, who, much to my chagrin, is being harbored by the New York Mets organization. They need to cut ties with him forever. Him and Jose Reyes should never be mentioned among the New York Mets alumni ever again. Carlos Beltran in 2017 helped the Astros with the banging of the garbage cans. However, the Astros cheating was not the first place that Carlos Beltran used this cheat. Carlos Beltran, when he was in the twilight years of his career with the New York Yankees, installed that cheat with the Yankees first, then took it to Houston. The Yankees got exactly zero punishment. They just got a sternly worded letter from the commissioner of baseball, Rob Manfred. That's all they got. So no, the Astros were not the only team cheating the way they were cheating, and they were not the first team to cheat the way they were cheating. The reason that people are mad at the Astros is that they actually won the World Series when they were using the electronic cheat. The Yankees did it first and still lost. The Astros were not involved in betting. So you don't get the instant lifetime ban. In the case of Shoeless Joe Jackson, they did not select him to be eligible for the Hall of Fame. They changed the ruling on banning players after they've died. So that goes across the board. It doesn't matter what you were caught doing that got you banned from baseball. When they say that you're banned from baseball for life, they actually mean that you become eligible after you die. They just changed that rule. And the Baseball Hall of Fame, which is separate from Major League Baseball, they have rules based upon who they will let in the Hall of Fame. Whether they're going to be eligible or ineligible, they have tied the Hall of Fame eligibility to whether or not a player is deemed eligible or ineligible by Major League Baseball. So it is a technicality that will see these players possibly come up on the Hall of Fame ballot, but The Veterans Committee can still decide that they don't want Shoeless Joe Jackson and the rest of the Black Sox. What was it, 1919? They could decide that they don't want them there. They can also decide that they don't want Pete Rose there. Anybody who was ruled permanently ineligible, well, they're only permanently ineligible as far as when they come to the end of their lives. So they did not, pick Shoeless Joe Jackson and say, we're instating you. The MLB changed the rule. And because of that rule, it automatically makes them eligible for consideration by the Veterans Committee, which they probably still won't end up in the Hall of Fame anyway, because they don't, well, maybe they might get into the Hall of Fame because, Shohei Ohtani's been betting on baseball, and I'm sure that he's still betting on baseball. Even after he got the fall guy to go to prison for him, I think that he's still betting on baseball. And maybe what'll happen is once he's caught, Major League Baseball would just change the rules and make betting legal because they cannot get Shohei Ohtani's cock out of Rob Manfred's throat. Weird how Brady beats Leon and Burns, yet got passed up for the belt. I think JDM will be a flash in the pan. Well, the guy the belt brutalized him. That's why. Come on, like I know that you want to put a narrative out there, but I'm going to call it out. So why even type comments like this? I'm going to call you out. Brady has one loss in his record, and it was against the guy who had the belt. So no, he's not going to get a title shot right off of that. No, he's not. Will JDM be a flash in the pan? Islam Makhachev is probably going to beat him for the title. But we're just going to call that what it is. If Kai Kara France finishes Pantoja, there will be 3 Oceanic champs. I hope Kai Kara France wins. Bilal will never sniff a world title opportunity again. He'd need to beat Buckley and Gary and hope that there's an injury for a number one. But the thing is, I don't think that Dana White has been this depressed since the mob kicked him out of Boston as when Bilal Muhammad won the belt. Just no. Welcome, C-Can. Good to see you. We don't talk women's basketball here because you're the only one that cares. You're the only one that cares about women's basketball. Nobody else cares. JL says Dana said there are no more double champs. I agree with that. It'll hold up division, especially looking at welterweight. If they made an interim light belt, you'd have the Charles. No, I don't agree. I don't agree. Well, they are not professional if they don't fight the other Muslims. 100% agreed. The welterweight, you have Shavkat, Brady, Cucky, and Buckley. It wouldn't be fair. No, if the thing is, if you want to be double champ and you think you can handle it, then you have to fight every 3 months. You have to fight every 3 months. And if you think you can't fight every 3 months, then you give up the title. But to say that you just can't go for double champ status anymore, I just don't agree with that. I don't agree with it. Catherine Anna Hauserman is in the building. How are you doing? It is good to see you as always. Yeah, Dan Jensen, he was right. It was the women beating each other up. I don't think that this fight was embarrassing. I mean, dude got beat by an undefeated fighter. So it looked like Park. He really worked the body. He tripped him, and he did a trip uh, into a hooks, and he just softened him up, and yep, it's time to tap. Um, I'm actually kind of I'm actually kind of grateful because I think that I would like to do something. I like to go someplace with the family. I think that every now and again it's nice to not spend my entire Saturday evening sitting in this chair. Holland was saying since he got a split loss to JDM, he has the tools. Holland says a lot of things. Um, Now, obviously it's advantageous to him because, he's a company guy who, grew up in poverty. So the slave wages that he's being paid by the UFC feels like he's the richest man in the world to him. So he's willing to do anything that the UFC asks him to do. Um, Obviously, it's a different level of money if he gets a crack at the title. So everybody's going to try to get an opportunity at the title if they can swing it, if they can make create a rationale. Um, if they can create a rationale that the UFC buys, and then they put them on a marquee, and then people buy the pay per view, then why should he not talk himself up? I mean, it's not going to help, but he would be an idiot if he didn't put that out there. So I don't have a problem with him. Wow, Hyun Sung Park has a 90% finish rate. That's nice. He got Carlos Hernandez the up out of there. Who is seeing Final Destination Bloodlines? I I don't watch horror films, and I made the mistake of watching part of a Final Destination movie, and the only thing that it served to do is make me paranoid about everyday situations. And so I'm just not going to um I just don't like horror films. Like, why am I going to spend money and 2 hours of my life to be upset? I like action. I like suspense, spy thrillers, animation. Um, but I'm not going to sit through a chick flick, and I'm not going to sit through a horror film. Like, I'm just not going to do it. In my head, Sean O'Malley versus Marab is when the UFC returns. These Apex cards are filler and non-canon. I can't even be mad at you for that. Holland is getting a ranked fight against Luque, yet Brown is 9-1 in his last 10 and gets nothing. Why? Because he doesn't make a fool of himself. Well, if you're talking about Randy Rude Boy Brown, he did suffer a couple of bad losses, an embarrassing loss that kind of set him back a little bit. But one of the one of the reasons why Holland gets what he gets is because he's a company man. Now, Ken makes a really good point. He really does act like he's already made it, so he's not putting the effort in to get better in the gym. That's what it looks like when we see him in the cage. It looked like he worked so hard to get to the UFC. And then once he made it and got a couple of $50,000 bonuses, which other people, he's treating that $50,000 the way somebody else would treat $5 million. Um, It just doesn't seem like he cares to be a champion. And he's plenty fine. Like, he looks at the show money that he gets, and it's just so much money than he would have ever made outside of professional athletics. And that's how it seems to me. It just seems like he's resting on his laurels, and I he it's a waste of talent. It's just a waste of talent. Yeah, that I mean, that's for you, JL. I'm not built like that. I have a lot of real life trauma to draw from, and I just think that with the horrible things that I've experienced in my life, I don't need horror. Yeah, that's all you can. You know, there's a market out there, and you're part of that market. I'm ready for ballerina. Here's my thing about ballerina. Um, we just had the Continental a couple of years ago, and it was pretty bad. Um, I watched every episode of the Continental that they had on Peacock, and the best I could do was follow the series to follow the storyline. And I had to keep telling myself to watch the show because it is a prequel that will answer a lot of questions about how Winston came to power to become the manager of the New York Continental. And that was the only reason that I watched the series. That was the only reason that I continued to watch the series all the way up until the final episode. And thank goodness they canceled it. It was horrible. And basically, anything that doesn't have Keanu Reeves and Chad Stahelski's fingerprints on is a huge fucking bust. And if you look at if you look at the development time for Ballerina has only been released this late because they had to reshoot half the movie because it was trash. It was trash. And they had to add more scenes with Keanu Reeves. And Keanu Reeves is a guy who now at age 60, he physically is struggling to get through these John Wick movies. And now, you know, he's agreed to do the fifth John Wick movie. He wanted that fourth one to be the last. But he made the mistake after the first movie saying, you know, because John Wick was supposed to be a one-off. It's supposed to be one film. And the fan reaction to John Wick was so crazy. He said it himself. As long as you guys keep loving the movies, we'll keep making them. Now you're stuck, Keanu. This is your best performance in any film franchise ever, and that includes The Matrix. So, will I go see Ballerina? Yes. Do I have high expectations for the film? I do not. I don't have high expectations for the film. Um, the what is it? The Captain America: Brave New World that needed a million reshoots as well. I'm not going to give my opinion because I'm not sure all of you have seen the film. Yeah. JL says, maybe it's what happens if you get your dream job. The goal is to get there. Now, since you've got it, you don't really care to improve. No, only certain people act that way. Certain people are so happy with their job that is not really work to them. So they love being great at it. Like my job, I've done a bunch of different types of jobs. I've been in information technology, I've been in retail, I've been in manual labor. And my time as a personal trainer, I there are things that I genuinely get a rush from. And some of that is I get really happy at getting better at my job. So when it comes to the example of Kevin Holland, I see it more as Kevin Holland had a talent and it afforded him opportunities to get the lifestyle that he wanted. And you see it in the NBA, you see it in Major League Baseball. Guys will make it to the top level and get the paycheck. And from there, they're like, I'm good. I don't need to work hard anymore. My contract is guaranteed. Don't give Holland ranked fights if he isn't serious. There are so many others that would kill for those chances. But Dana's not looking at that. Dana is like, Kevin Holland gets the fans' attention, and him fighting a big name is going to draw more attention to the UFC. That's it. That's why. Can refuse to watch Continental. Is it when Winston? Is it Winston when he was young? I suggest. I don't know. Yeah, dude, I get it. But if you really love the John Wick series, at least watch it to get the information from it. Hands of Steel, Neal versus Rude Boy Brown. Okay, I don't hate that. Morales, Cucky, Buckley, Shavkat, Brady, and Protez. Who's the most likely to win the belt? I would probably say Shavkat. Shavkat, yeah. This is true. And Endgame wasn't really that great. Um, Endgame, looking back on it, Endgame set up the Marvel Cinematic Universe to go down in quality. Um, I would make the case that uh, Infinity War was better. And I do believe that there needs to be more stories told where the bad guy wins. And Endgame does that. Endgame does that. And it does it in a really, really epic way. I can watch Infinity War over and over and over again. I can watch Infinity War 4 times for every one time that I watch Endgame. That's my opinion. Catherine Anna Hauserman says, I like Keanu in Speed. In every other movie, he is unfortunately too thin. He is surely a great person from what I've read. I'm fine if he decides to retire. Um, I want a John Wick 5. I'm selfish in that way. Sorry, Keanu. I know that your life is yours, and I can't dictate to you that you have to give me what I want as a fan. But if you could make 11 John Wick films, I'm watching every one of them. Although that really won't be possible. But, yeah. I haven't really been watching WWE TV. What I have been watching over the last 3 days or so, I have been watching this channel on YouTube called One of the Millions, and basically, whoever the YouTuber is, has really gone back in the way back machine and has recorded segments and wrestling matches of The Rock from the '90s into the 2000s. And I've been having a lot of fun watching The Rock feud with Stone Cold Steve Austin and Vince McMahon and Shane McMahon and Paul White. Originally, he was known as Paul White before he went with the name The Big Show, feuding with Kane. You know, the Undertaker was doing his badass outlaw biker gang thing. Um, you know, his misadventures with mankind. The short period of time that he had Deborah as his manager when she was married to Stone Cold. Um, I watched those matches. I watched the pace of those matches. You might hate me for saying this, you can, but those guys were better wrestlers than the guys of today. Obviously, the women of today are better wrestlers than the women of yesteryear. Those girls were mostly valets and managers and stuff, and they did the occasional bra and panties match or whatever. I mean, Stephanie McMahon walked around with the women's championship and did really absolutely nothing with it. Um, but I've been just kind of living in the time when Jim Ross and Jerry the King Lawler were the announcers, and I feel right at home. I feel right at home. Men's professional wrestling was better 25 years ago, 30 years ago. It just was. From how they ran the ropes to their progressions through the matches, it was just better. It was better. You're gonna have to explain yourself on this one, Jo. You have to explain this one. The time travel plot really ruins plots. It's a cheap cop out. I think it depends on how it's done. I think they could have done it better, and I think that they also could have pushed less extreme liberal leftist agenda stuff. If they would have kept that out of Endgame and they would have developed it a bit differently, I think it would have been better. So I have a question for you guys. I turned 22 today. When did y'all get y'all's? Okay. I've been watching the Chicago series currently on Fire. That's the only TV show I'll watch. Everything else is a good sweet alternative. I if you liked Chicago television, you got to go back to ER, JL. You got to go back to ER. I've been watching ER pretty much every day except for yesterday because it was, the Knicks and the Mets playing the Yankees. So I devoted my evening to that and then watched a little YouTube before I went to bed. You got to go back and watch ER. You have to do it. You're right. You're right. She does look like Gilbert Burns. It's called One of the Millions. One of the Millions. Dan, I know what you mean, but I thought you liked these Jessica androgynous looking chicks. I thought you was into that. Yeah, I don't care about any of this, which is why I did not answer. I don't care about any of that. Jake Miller is 1,000,000% correct. 1,000,000% correct. 1,000,000. Everything that they did had gravity to it. Everything they did held meaning. Everything. You're funny as hell, but this is not wrong. You go to YouTube. I'll fish out a link for you, and I'll put it in the comments. Um, I don't want to talk about this film because I'm not sure that all of you have watched it. But I'm just going to leave this up here for a couple seconds while I go looking for what you are asking me for. I'll drop a link. Check that out, CK. You know, a lot of the characters from back then was over the top, but also weirdly authentic at the same time. Vince McMahon was a great on-screen character too. He's way, way better at projecting the authority figure character than anybody the WWE has today. Adam Pearce is trash. Magnus, he's trash. But the in-ring product is still not as good. It'd be one thing if you said, "Oh, they don't care about the gimmick because you want better wrestling." Well, the gimmicks aren't as good, and neither is the wrestling. I just finished having a conversation with you a week or two ago, CCAN, about how I don't even watch men's wrestling anymore. I skip to the part where you get to the finish because the finish has something to do with how the storyline is going to progress. I actually enjoy watching the wrestling matches from the late 1990s. Dude, you weren't even alive during the Attitude Era. If the build for it is just at the end of one show, you already know where I'm going to go with this, CCAP. The thing that I really care about is the health of good old JR, Jim Ross, announcing that he has colon cancer, supposed to have surgery in the next couple of weeks. Um, Other than that, I really don't care about AEW. Maybe after I finish watching ER all the way through, I might give it a try because they're on HBO Max. Oh, you're right, Dan. I think I made a mistake. Thank you, Dan. Well, that minus 600 was legitimate, huh? Damn, she's leaking. I've never seen Elise Reed get fucked up like that before. Damn. Oh. Oh, he got dropped. Well, um, I actually agree with you on this, Ken. It's just that AEW just hasn't drawn me in. I'm not saying that AEW is bad. It's just that they haven't done anything that like, oh my god, I gotta go rush to go watch. So since I'm out of the loop, it's easier to stay out of the loop. I am getting really annoyed with the constant singing of everybody's fucking theme music. I'm really getting annoyed by that in WWE. That being said, the fans injecting themselves into the gimmicks of wrestlers is nothing new. Anytime The Rock went out there and grabbed the microphone, the crowd was basically saying his lines along with him. And it was really fun to watch. Um, Again, I like I said, after I finish watching ER, I'll um I'll try to give it a try. It's just that there's just nothing really drawing me. Like I said, I haven't even watched WWE television in a couple of weeks since I've been watching ER. Now that the fans still try to do that on SmackDown too. And the only reason why you're not seeing it as much is because Cody Rhodes is on the show. And shout out to Big O Gaming. He's a good guy. Yo, I mean, Big O is a good guy, man. I like him. I might have to pop in on one of his streams. I don't know who Demon Diva is. I think there's some. I think that like if you really love something and you hear that there's a lot of hate for that one thing, and then you hear somebody else talk about that one thing, and they're not like, "Wow, this is great." It might seem like hate. I don't know that the Big O has bad thoughts about AEW. He might just be indifferent. Like for me, I don't have a negative feeling about AEW. I'm just indifferent. You know, like if there was nothing else to watch on TV and I was bored, I have no problem tuning into a segment, but there's nothing drawing me to them. Like AEW, I'm never gonna like watch AEW instead of the Mets. I'm never gonna watch AEW instead of the Rangers. I'm never gonna watch I might watch AEW instead of the Knicks. I mean, the Knicks have been, pretty decent the last couple of years. But, for so many years the Knicks have been bad. I'm not gonna, watch them, lose by 19 to the worst team in the NBA on a random night. I'm just not gonna do that. So I might watch AEW instead, right? Like before, because I don't have TBS in my cable package, I wasn't able to watch AEW even when I wanted to. But um, now that I know that they're on HBO Max, I might try to remember to tune in. But I'm mostly indifferent. Well, the WWE is the biggest product. That would be like saying, well, I'm mad because nobody wants to watch Bellator or PFL. They only want to watch WWE. Um, I'm mad that people want to see LeBron James and not some lesbian chick miss layups. That's the way of the world. People want to see what they perceive to be the best. If they're going to spend their expendable income and the little bit of free time that people get, because people are working more hours than ever in this country. They have a limited amount of time to decide where they're going to spend their free time in their very, very, very limited amount of expendable income. They're not going to go with the second and third and fourth best. They're just not going to do that. People don't have the time for that. Like for you, you are a wrestling connoisseur, right? You are going to watch the indies. You're going to watch the B brand, the C brand, right? But if I ask you, hey, C-Can, I want you to watch, I don't know. I want you to spend time watching the fourth best melee Call of Duty melee YouTuber. Are you going to devote time to that when you could be watching AAA or New Japan Pro Wrestling? Are you going to go out and watch the fourth most popular knifing Call of Duty YouTuber? Are you going to waste time with that? So it's not about being lazy. Like I said, people work more hours than ever before. People are tired. People have very limited amounts of expendable time and income. They're trying to raise kids. They're trying to make enough money so that they can think that they can afford to have kids. You know? I get it. But the thing is, for most people who are not CCAN, again, for most people, I don't know how many hours a week you work CCAN, but you seem to have a lot of time to watch all of the mixed martial arts and all of the professional wrestling. Are you watching all motorsports too? Are you watching all college baseball games? Are you watching American Hockey League? Are you watching the UFL? There's only but so many hours in the day. And most people are spending their time and money or spending their time trying to get a little bit of money to make some corporation a lot of bit of profits. People are going to pick and choose what they're going to watch, right? Like if you like, a couple of horror films and you like action and you like these things, right? Have you watched every romantic comedy film that has ever been released? Have you watched all of those films? Probably not. Does it mean that you're lazy for not doing so? No, it's just not your thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. Got some decent looking ladies for this matchup. This has been a big talk online. First, they call it HBO Max. No, first. No. Dan Jensen. First, they called it HBO Now. Then they called it HBO Max. Then they renamed it to Max. And now they're going back to HBO Max. Santos, them booty cheeks. Them booty cheeks are. Yeah, there was HBO Go alongside HBO Now. I forgot that. Thank you, C-Can. Yo, it's weird. We don't have the answers here. We don't have the answers here. But damn, Luana Santos. I don't know, man. I might have 17 seconds to give her. We got Herb Dean in the building. You don't have to do that, CCAN. You watch the genres that you're interested in and watch them all. But because you spend so much time watching all of these things, you can't give the same level of attention to something else. And that's okay. I've got one YouTuber, one or two YouTubers that I watch for technology. I've got one YouTube channel that I watch for the SCP Foundation. There are like 7 or 8 really good channels to watch SCP Foundation content. And I only watch one of them. I only need one. I can get all. Dad, you're a savage. Like, so you could just like now you have your thing. Your thing is professional wrestling, and apparently you really do like regional MMA, which for me, like, it was tough for me to watch Bellator. I really tried to watch Bellator, and that was just really difficult to watch. Like, you could tell the skill difference, the chasm between Bellator and UFC. I'm like, oh my God, how did these guys get a professional contract to fight anywhere? It just happened too often in Bellator, not as often in UFC. Yeah, exactly. So if you don't do the anime thing, I have like 3 or 4 animes that I love to watch. And as soon as I know that they're available, I'm going to spend all day or all week watching it. It doesn't make you lazy because you don't want to watch the anime the way I watch it. There's probably one anime that you actually do like. And you know what? Enjoy it. It might be One Punch Man. If it is, enjoy it and enjoy it your way. But what I'm saying is, it's not fair to say that other people are lazy because they don't want to watch all the wrestling that you watch. You're more of a connoisseur. That is more your thing. So it's going to be your thing. A lot of people, for me, I watch my New York sports teams. I don't have time to watch. Oh shit! We got a super sticker from my guy Dan Jensen. That is dope. Now I got to go to YouTube to see what the sticker looked like. Are you saying that Luana Santos is yummy? Because I'd have to agree with you, sir. I'd have to agree. I'd have to agree. God damn it. Guess I just got to do it like this. Now imagine if I could type properly. That would be great. Yeah, Luana Santos. That was for CCAN. That was for CCAN. Mm. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that's. Mm. Dan Jensen must want to pay child support again. Yeah, so you do your thing, but also it's important, CCAN, to allow other people to enjoy what they enjoy. That's important. A show of hands in the comment section. How many of you see Tainara's last name and think lesbian? Show of hands. Maybe it's just me. I see Lisboa, and it's just lesbian. Could be me. Could just be me. I mean, Lisboa is not bad looking, but Santos is clearly the better looking woman. Mrs. Evil would have. We'll save that comment for Mrs. Evil. She would have. She would have enjoyed that comment. Oh, I wanted to say this to you, CCAN, and I don't know if Jake Miller is still in the comments. He probably bounced, but the theme music in the Attitude Era was way better, like way better. I know that like some of it is like dated for the time frame or whatever, but all you really need is a theme song that has a guitar riff that matches the personality of the wrestler, and make sure that when the wrestler, is like being announced and they're supposed to come down the ramp, just make sure that the that theme music is right there. Done. You know, Stone Cold's theme music. I mean, I love how hokey and corny the original The Rock theme song was, and it was basically them basically just editing in him saying The Rock says in different ways, and then at the end he's like, The Rock says, The Rock says, know your damn role, and it was off key and it was funny. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just a prisoner of yesterday, but I don't need to hear whoa 50 million times. I don't need to hear that. Yeah, Val Venus's scene was funny as hell. Um, um, the new Brood, Gangrel. When Gangrel came out with the new Brood, this kind of almost looks like a crucifix. I don't think that there would be like I don't think that there would be a lot that a lot of guys would be able to say. Nah, there was the Brood and there was the new Brood. The new Brood was was Gangrel with Matt and Jeff Hardy. That was back when Matt and Jeff Hardy were really young. They were really young. I mean, that's as good a line as any, I guess, right? Does she have a handcuff on Lisboa? Oh my God, look at those cheeks. Why did they change the camera angle? Why'd they do that? Kane has the best Attitude Era theme. Actually, I liked Kane's theme when they were going into WWE PG. um, I mean, Kane was pretty good. I don't really like the motorcycle outlaw era of the Undertaker. I thought that there were just too many dog whistles with that, if you know what I'm saying. Um, oh my God, what is she doing to her elbow? Oh, oh, that looked awful. Oh, damn, she fucked that arm up. Damn. Well, I don't like what was that, Limp Biscuit? I just don't like Limp Biscuit, but I do like how they use the theme music when they had the Undertaker come out. Oh, let's go! I'm okay with her shaking those hips after a win. I'm okay with that. I know I sound like a weak ass simp, but I think Dan Jensen will agree. Oh man, she fucked that shoulder up and that elbow. Chill, chill. Oh. Mm. Hey Dan, do we have to put Luana Santos up the hotness rankings? Mm. Ugh. That she didn't even like do that whack ass twerk thing. She just kind of did that rhythmic like hip dance. Damn man, we're weak. Mr. Jensen, we're weak. We're supposed to be strong. We're supposed to be strong men that can avoid temptation. He said tomorrow. Oh my god. All right, let me look at a picture of Nina Drama, whoever the hell that is. Former model. Okay, I can see the appeal. I can see the appeal. Yeah, yeah, that's a good choice. That's a good choice. Blanchfield is the cute girl next door type. She's not really on the hot list, but Erin Blanchfield is a good-looking woman. She's on the high end of average looking, in my opinion. Amanda Ibas, yeah. Obviously, Dern, yes. Don't listen to Dan Jensen. If Dan Jensen was to slide up behind her and hit it from the back, he would be melting. He would be melting from the tremors of her cheeks. So don't listen to him. He's lying to himself. Amanda Ibas is very cute. She's like very close to like she's number one on the cute list for me. On the hot list, she might be a couple of rankings lower. Macy Barber's ass is not really all of that. But Dumont, her thighs will save lives. Yeah. Mhm. Was it a botch? Because she's known for botching. No, I feel the other way. I think that Blanchfield, I think that everybody should go aggressively full steam ahead for what they want. Like if you really believe that you're the best fighter in the division, then you beat everybody. I think there's too many people trying to avoid certain levels of competition so that they can get to a championship fight to make a slightly better paycheck. Nah, go out there and beat her because even if she would have waited and became the champion, she would have had to fight Fiorello anyway. I just really, really wish that she would have beat Manon when she fought her. I just sent a text message to Mrs. Evil that said Dan Jensen is acknowledging attractive women tonight. She'll be happy to see that. Shout out to Making the Walk MMA. I watched him streaming with some other guys doing a prediction show for Vegas 106. And it was enjoyable to listen to these guys go back and forth. It was actually pretty cool. Shout out to those guys. I don't know, man. I don't know about this. Um, well, this is the filthy casual MMA watch party. I don't think that I know as much as a lot of the other guys do. I just try to call it as I see it, the way that I analyze anything in the world that I would normally analyze. Um, I do think that like the wider MMA community is growing. So again, I would probably say, hey, the way that I would make it big is really from the support from you guys. The way that things work on YouTube is not going to show me to more people unless I am recommended by other people. So, if you enjoy what I'm doing here, share it with your friends that watch MMA and get them in here and we can have MMA conversations or we can have conversations about movies. We can have conversations about women. We can have conversations about literally anything. That's the only way that this really works. And I would love to expand the community, you know? Yeah. But for me, I have a tough time really guessing because I don't So you know how they say that styles make fights? I stopped trying to make like legitimate predictions when I understood that there are little idiosyncrasies that fighters have that make trying to predict outcomes almost like a fool's errand. You know, a fighter like you sometimes you'll see like two really great wrestlers, and you're like, wow, the grappling exchange is going to be so great, and then you watch it, and they end up in a stand-up fight because neither can get the other to the ground because they're just too good. So the wrestlers are having a boxing match, and the kickboxers are having a grappling match. And I don't know, it's just really difficult to make those kind of calls anymore. Last time we had a guy from Cuba in the UFC, he got released de España, released. He went on to karate combat and got I think a really impressive knockout he scored there, really quick too. So we have Del Valle, and we'll see what he's doing. He's coming off of the Contender Series. That inside leg kick was nasty. He's got some hard kicks. Oh, that inside leg kick is disgusting. He's only hit Matthews with it twice, and it already looks compromised. That's third one. And it seemed like he only got him with the pinky toe, but it still looked like it hurt. Yeah, it definitely hurt enough to make Matthews switch his Matthews switch his stance. Oh, that was a that was a dominant takedown. That was crazy. Swerve and Heyman Page had the most intense AEW feud. They had three matches. Third ended in a steel cage. Hangman put a syringe in Ford's mouth. Hey, yo. Yo. What the hell is that? You know what that reminds me of? What you just said, Sikan. It reminded me of a feud. I think Randy Orton went to Triple H's house. There were a couple of storylines where mofos were doing home visits. Matthews just got flattened out. Oh, and good night. Good night, Irene. That was dominant. Damn, that was a steamrolling. Damn. Yeah, he just gave up. He gave in with the positioning, got flattened out. He didn't even fight the hands. It kind of looked like Matthews gave up. I ain't gonna front. That looked kind of weak mentally on his behalf. Damn, that was a drubbing. Me being that I saw some attitude error on playback and grew up watching Ruthless era and Skip PG era. Who is better in charge, Triple H or Vince? It depends on which era of Vince. Like it was way, way better in the Attitude Era. Way better. Way better. Really not even close. But also too, like we have to be fair to Triple H because Triple H has his hands cuffed by his corporate responsibilities. So there's really not a whole lot that he can do other than what he is allowed to do. And I'm pretty sure that if he were allowed to really do what he wanted to do or allowed to go back to that era of um, of wrestling that he came up in, I think that we would definitely see a different product. But we don't live in those times anymore where they could get away with they can't get away with the stuff back in that they were able to get away with back in the day. And it really sucked because we like that era, but we live in a time um, where people are super sensitive and um, They're looking for opportunities to be a victim. And so, if you say some things that are raunchy, or what have you, then they get their opportunity to point you out as a bad guy so that everybody will give them hugs and kisses for, them being a victim because somebody said something that you didn't want to hear. So that's just the way it is. And the crazy thing is, like, it used to be back in the day that if you didn't like something, you could just simply just not watch that thing and it would have been fine. Imagine that. Imagine we lived in a world where people just simply didn't watch the stuff that they didn't like. Attitude Era, some feel that it's only good because of the wars, and when it stopped, Vince got lazy. No, I think that the real problem was the political aspirations of Vince McMahon's wife, Linda. When Linda McMahon wanted to start running for office, they felt that they had to start toning things down because the first thing that they were able to point to whenever she would try to launch some sort of political campaign is, well, look at all of the sex and the violence that your company puts out into society, and they're very quickly able to torpedo anything that she wanted to get done in the political arena just by pointing to WWF, WWE. So, um, they started really going away from that stuff and going towards Make a Wish and support our troops and any other thing that they can do to um, pander to certain politically friendly positions, which is why we got Be a Star for anti-bullying, which is why we got the Make a Wish and the tribute to our troops and um, trying to sell, the kids into going into the military and all of that stuff. So I think Vince did what he thought was best for business at the time. And I'm pretty sure that he would have loved the edgy storylines, you know? Now, uh when you're talking about this here, I totally agree with you. I think that if some women want to be sex symbols, go ahead because in our society, it's bad unless a woman is making a lot of money from being a 304. Like they love her. The liberals love an OnlyFans chick, you know, but they hate the guys that make the OnlyFans chicks rich. Dan Jensen says, "Where is Mrs. Evil?" Dan Jensen says, "Where is Mrs. Evil?" Well, I think that there is somebody that can answer that question a lot better than I can. Mr. Dan Jensen, who is stream sponsor. Here you go. We got a blue screen of death to start the stream today.
I'm not surprised. It really is. Coffee last month.
Yeah. So, would you be able to answer this question for Dan Jensen?
I am here. Hi, guys. Sorry I'm late. I had family obligations.
Did you see the look on her face? Where's JL so they can commiserate?
Oh, I thought about Jay. Jay, if you're there, feel your pain, sir. Feel your pain.
The Rock says, "Know your damn role."
Oh, I shut my mouth.
Know your role.
My mouth was shut.
And shut your mouth.
Yeah. I think I had a pothole today. There are many things wrong with today, and I'm not going to list them because it would just make me more upset. So,
I'm pretty sure the romance storyline that she wants to do involves another woman. I'm almost certain of that.
Just to give you a heads up, we should probably make that claim sooner than
Okay.
So going down 17th Street,
Mhm.
the place was on 17th Street.
Mm-hmm.
I hit a pothole. I didn't think anything of it because we hit a pothole. But I heard people fast around me, so I stopped. So I didn't know if they were reacting to me hitting a pothole, or if I hit somebody or I did something, so I got out of the car.
Mm.
But the hazards on, so I needed to get out of the car and check.
Right.
And some guy with the car is talking to me in what I believe is English, but I can't understand what the fuck he's saying. So the car seemed to be fine in my quick check. And then when I parked the car, this part had popped out a bit and I had to push it back in. So just so you're aware.
Oh yeah, that might have been just like the force from hitting the pothole jar.
If what had happened had not happened a couple of weeks ago with that guy with the bumper,
Mm-hmm.
you know, would have been like, eh. But I
Is
just
this a reflection?
I just wanted to make you aware.
That looks like a reflection.
Yeah, that was a reflection.
Okay.
Like I didn't think anything of the pothole when I hit it because it's a New York City pothole. It was others.
Yeah.
They may not have been reacting to me.
Yeah.
Because it's a busy area. It's really swear.
Ken, I agree with you. I agree with you.
That's a reflection.
Okay.
So just
yeah. Yeah, I think it's fine. But you know, the car driving differently after you hit the pothole.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No loss of tire pressure. Yeah. I mean, it's supposed to be an SUV. It's supposed to be like the vehicles that you can drive over potholes.
Right, which is why I'm saying I only got out. I only stopped the vehicle and got out because of other people's reactions around me. So my thought was they witnessed something that I just didn't realize, and I got out to make sure that I hit somebody. Did I hit something?
Like, did I hit a human pothole?
Like what? I was very confused, and the guy is speaking to me, and I don't know what it wasn't fucking English. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I'm glad to be home. You guys.
Well, the fights have not really been bad, but nobody's really like, wow, I'm so happy to be watching these fights. People are not like, really like loving it. I mean, Yadier Del Valle, he had a really nice finish. Juana Santos had a really nice finish. Denise Gomez had a really nice finish. Hing-Sung Park had a really nice finish. Luana Pinheiro got robbed. I wouldn't say robbed, but she should have won the fight. So I don't know. This fight should not be on the prelims.
I put this with Carolina.
The box says you're damn good.
Just noticed that he is the sponsor.
Yep. He is our sponsor. Also,
I hope you're doing well, sir. How's your weekend? Oh God. Is it the comments of the stream?
I don't know if it's gonna be common in the stream, but I saved this because I was just like, yeah, Mrs. Evil will
DG was just showing me your other comments of the stream, even though we don't have them.
Yeah.
Please.
I think your mom's texting me anyway, but I lost it. Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, we can get time. And that's what I wanted. Because it took me an hour and a half.
I had no trouble getting to, so they closed off a lot of streets. They blocked off a lot of streets, and I think that's what fucked up the traffic.
And there was.
I should have warned you that that's what the conditions are, but I didn't even think much of it because I was just patient.
Oh, I was patient too, but because everyone was walking every single intersection, it wasn't just that there was traffic, but then it was unsafe intersection after unsafe intersection after unsafe intersection. Like when a cop car is driving in my direction without his thingies on, he's just driving against traffic. There are so many ways we could have gotten told. On my way to get my mom, but she doesn't want to sit in the fucking train.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah. I mean, when I heard that you were going where you were going for the reasons that you were going, I just kind of thought to myself, you know what? I'm going to STF you.
To go walk around, I was like, you guys go walk around. I'm not cutting your day short. So shocking.
For the Uber? Was the food good? You said.
No, I didn't. Thankfully, can. It was just a very frustrating day. I'm just venting.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be okay. I'm going to order a milkshake, order from Shake Shack.
She's about to do some emotional. Yes,
I'm going to emotionally order a milkshake. No regrets. And then it'll be better. And tomorrow will be fine. And I'll live happily ever after. It's a good day for violent entertainment. I hope you're doing what you can.
The Rock says, "No, you damn roll." What? You don't have to ask me twice. I think we have enough of sweet treat for myself. Yeah, this will be good. She didn't get into an accident. She got into her car and then drove in New York City. That's what happened. The Mets really tried to lose to the Yankees today. Like, they tried really hard. And failed. I'm not complaining. I think she's just ready to move on with her life, man. You know, there's a lot of talk in society about how, you know, women want to be at the top of everything, but in the real world, the real world, most women just want to administer to their family. Is that unreasonable to say? I think they can talk all of that shit about feminism and independence, but the vast majority of them want to have a family that they made that they made themselves with a man that they're attracted to and respect.
I think the main reason why I spoke about working so much as an adult or as a parent is I think I understood at that age that being the mom is not very sick where I live. And after witnessing, many families around, then instead of thinking, well, I can't wait to spend time with my kid at home, I'm more thinking, if I have a kid, how do I make sure that they can be fed and if something were to happen to my significant other?
Who's doing the bleeding?
I don't want to say I shouldn't take it home.
No. I know it's practical. Is that Jared Gordon's blood?
Yeah,
all over Thiago Moises? Yeah, it does look like that.
I want to make sure that if something happens, that I have a backup plan. The reason why I say it's because I remember seeing my dad losing shot.
Yeah.
So then my stepmom.
Well, we talked about this very early on into our union. Mm-hmm. You know, if I got hit by a bus again, because I've been hit by a bus before. Like I've had bad things happen to me before. What are you gonna do? Oh, he killed him! Oh. Jared Gordon killed him! I didn't know! He's dead!
And then he hit him and he knocked out for a second and he hit him again and then he came to. You notice that? He's like, bam, knocked out, bam, come back.
And then he put him out. Oh my God! It looked like, for me, I had Thiago Moises winning this fight through and through. Oh my God!
Like kind of knocked out, and he's back.
So basically, you're saying Thiago Moises and this computer have something in common.
Yeah.
I can see Jessica Androgynous if she did it, but Holly Holm is about to go to boxing. They're not the same people. They're not the same people. And Holly Holm, I think, is over the age of 40. I mean, if she doesn't already have kids, she's not going to. is not very likely. So Holly Holm still wants to fight and make money and be in combat sports or whatever. But Marina Rodriguez probably has different family values. You know, she's ready to move on to the next stage of her life and worry about her family. And I don't have a problem with that. I just have a problem with I need to get paid the same as a man when I show up to work for only 65% of the time that he's at work. And I put out 65% of the physical capability of the guy sitting next to me, but we need to make the exact same. I need him to carry me and do all the physical part of our labor. And so he's doing parts of my job and his, but because I'm a feminist, I need to make the same amount as him. That's the thing that I have the problem with. Obviously, in situations where, women do more work, they should get paid more money. But that's not in too many places. In the places where the women do work more, they tend to make more money in the places where they're doing more work, like OnlyFans and modeling and waitressing. Waiters don't get as much in tips as the waitress do, but nobody's talking about any sort of gender pay gap there. So I think what Marina Rodriguez is doing, I think it's fine. I have no problem with it. I have zero problem with it. I think Dan's lonely fans would just be him like stroking his own beard for like 5 minutes at a time.
Moisturize the beard.
Is Jared Gordon becoming a legitimate mixed martial artist before our very eyes? Let's see what he had to say.
He just
Gordon is never going to get the due that it deserves from the UFC, so he's going to use his mic time to put his promo codes out. I just don't like. I would fuck with Young LA, but it's too popular for me to like really want to wear. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It would be like if I wanted to wear an Ed Hardy shirt in 2006. You know? Yeah, I just it's just not it's not for me. You know what I mean? Like it's just too popular. Oh man. Oh man. That overhand right. Is that the end of Thiago Moises? Is that the end of him? I mean, I kind of feel bad for Thiago Moises. I think that might be the end of him, really. I like how he's not acknowledging the Pimblett loss because it wasn't a loss. He dominated in 2 of the 3 rounds. I like that. He's making me a fan of his. And the thing is, he's not flashy. He doesn't do anything that like makes that jumps off the screen. But that overhand right made Thiago Moises hop in a box.
Mhm.
That's a good point, Dan. That's a good point. That's a good point. But I think you live in a different country where a guy is allowed to look at an attractive woman and acknowledge her attractiveness and not be demonized for it. I don't know if feminism is growing in your country. I don't know if that's an issue, but I do think that, Dan, the only thing you really have to do is say, hey, you know, I don't really like to be touched without permission. You know what I mean? Like, you have every right to refuse being touched. Um, you have every right to refuse being touched as anybody else, Dan. I don't understand how a soccer ball would hit your car and you just immediately just crash into the nearest parked car. Like they have the one where like somebody blew like a bunch of leaves into the car, and the car goes straight into another car. When the leaves get blown into your car, you hit the fucking brakes. Why are you still just driving through? I don't know. It's just like the latest crop of Allstate commercials just haven't hit the spot. It is funny that Liberty Mutual commercial. You can't go out there, people, and save people on car insurance. 5 years later, well, I'll be. I like that. That's nice. So, I'm rocking my Knicks hat for the first time in how many years? Yep. That's foul. I've had this hat for over a decade. I might have worn this hat now for the fifth time. Yeah. I mean, she was kind of laughing at me last night because I was just like, all right, so this is what's about to happen, right? The final horn is going to sound, and they're going to play Vince McMahon's No Chance in Hell. He's going to storm out onto the court. He's going to demand that the referees restart the game against the Boston Celtics, and then the referees will run over to Jalen Brunson and kick him in the dick in front of everybody, and then restart the game. Who? Oh, they put him on the screen?
Mm-hmm. He was in the ring. He went with his picture and everything.
No. That didn't happen last night. I think that's a replay because that happened in the past. They probably played that in response to the Knicks winning last night. But yeah, that's funny. Yeah, he went in the ring when they were at the Garden before.
Right, okay.
It's either that or when they were in Philadelphia because he went to Villanova University. But no. Yeah. No, but I think that they. Elise Reed got knocked the fuck out. I've never seen her get beat up that bad before. I mean, she got dropped. And it's always funny to me when somebody's falling after getting knocked out, and as they're going to the ground, they're still getting hit. To me, that's really funny. All right, so I mean, feminism is growing in your country, but not as bad as ours. I'll say that you need to act like a feminist, Dan. I know that it sounds like really dumb, but you have to let people know that like my beard is a part of my body, and who's like if I walked up and just like caressed your fucking titties, would you be fine with that, or will you call the police? No, you don't just get to touch me. Just the same as I don't get to just touch you. I was about to say, ma'am, may I have access to? That's a different show, Damn, Gilbert Burns is a 4-1 underdog. Holy crap. Michael Morales? I don't think so. But he's really good. I mean, this dude went toe-to-toe with Hamza. And they got him as a 4-1 underdog. That's crazy. That might actually, those odds might get Morales beat. Because Gilbert Burns is going to look at that and be like, look at this disrespect. Yeah, you're having one of those emotional adrenaline dumps.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, I can feel it. I can feel it.
Instead, we're gonna have a sugar crash. Just swap one for the other.
We're just extending out the inevitable.
I think this question's for you. For me, the answer is neither.
First of all, where are you from, Cam? Now I want to know where you're from. When it comes to Jay-Z or Nas, I started out loving the first two albums from Jay-Z. Oh, from Virginia. Okay, so you're not too far.
We're at least in our time zone.
Nas is a better rapper than Jay-Z. However, I have a tough time putting too many of Nas's works above In My Lifetime, Volume 1, and Reasonable Doubt. I think these are two of the greatest hip hop albums, two of the classiest hip hop albums that have ever been released by any artist. And people who claim to be fans of Jay-Z don't really seem to talk too much about Reasonable Doubt and In My Lifetime. Now, A Hard Knock Life Volume 2 was okay, but there was a steady decline in the album quality all the way up until his last album, which was the Black Album in 2003, which was Jay-Z's last album. When he announced his retirement, and I accepted his retirement in December of 2003, I listened to the album and I said, you know what? He has nothing left to say. I accept your resignation from the rap game. Because it just was not very good. It was like what you were saying about Calvin Holland, a guy with a lot of talent that got everything that the rap game had to give him in terms of elevating his lifestyle. He just didn't love it anymore. So Nas is still putting out classics. I don't know if you've heard of King's Disease. You have to listen to King's Disease 1, 2, and 3. He also has an album called Magic that is just sublime to listen to. So I got Jay-Z's first two albums very, very like at the top, along with Biggie Smalls two studio albums. As far as like my favorite albums of all time, Nas's Stillmatic is up there. Nas's Illmatic is up there. It Was Written. I know a lot of people don't like It Was Written. all that much. But I really did like that as well. So like, um, I tend to think that Jadakiss is a better rapper than both of them. Um, but I love Nas. I would definitely, like, if I had to go on a 7-hour road trip and I had to listen to hip hop for 7 hours, like driving nonstop, it wouldn't be Jay-Z, because Jay-Z has the two legendary albums, and then I can tolerate It's a Hard Knock Life, and there are a couple of bangers on S. Carter. In the Blueprint. My bad. I forgot. The first Blueprint album is a classic. It is a great album from beginning to end. He's got 3 under his belt that I can really listen to. A Hard Knock Life Volume 2 is like, a lower quality album. It's still very, very good. It's probably one of the best albums that was released in 1998, I believe it was. But it doesn't hold up over time the way that Reasonable Doubt and In My Lifetime does. The first the first Blueprint album is probably a close third. Because I could, between Reasonable Doubt and In My Lifetime, I can go back and forth which one is the better album. But number 3 in his discography would definitely be the Blueprint, the first one. The second Blueprint album was a double album, which was impressive when he put out a double album. The problem is that he probably should just have kept the best songs and just put them on one album, because it was half of the tracks are decent on one disc and half of the tracks are decent on the other disc. Just take the good ones and make a classic album and leave all the rest of it out, you know? He had one of the most, or just like, do some lost fucking shit 20 years later, Um, there is a very important, there's a very important song in that album called Meet the Parents. It's a very, very important song for understanding, the impact that parents have on their children's lives when they're there, when they're absent, or when they're abused. So it's a very impactful song that's really, really important. I think it's probably one of his more important, more socially impactful songs that he's made. That I recommend that people listen to. The whole gangster rap, and all of that stuff, from that era. But the Meet the Parents song is probably one of his most enduring individual songs in terms of the value to the listener. Like, you get stuff that's like entertaining. A lot of the gangster stuff, we love to hear that in the late '90s. But I believe that off of the Blueprint 2 album, Meet the Parents is probably the most important socially responsible song that, whether you like rap music or not, I do believe that there is a lot of value to just listening to that one particular song. But the rest of his discography is very forgettable. Some of the more fun songs come off of the Rock La Familia album. 1-900 Hustler is one of my favorite songs of all time. One of the best rap songs ever, in my opinion. There's another song on there that's very socially impactful, where Jay-Z is more of a feature on the song, but Scarface is on the song, and Beanie Siegel is on there. I'm trying to remember the name of that song without going to the album itself, but I guess I just have to look it up. The song is called well, there's a couple of sad songs in the Rock La Familia album. This Can't Be Life. right? Like this is a hard hitting album as far as like how gritty it is, but it's mostly like a collage of different Rockefeller artists of the time. And they had, your club bangers and stuff that got the attention. But there were some really sad, impactful songs emotionally on the album that I really respected. But I think that the Blueprint 2's Meet the Parents is probably one of the most important songs that Jay-Z ever released. And it was like him, it was almost like him recognizing the impact that Nas was having with his storytelling as far as some of his more socially responsible or impactful or awareness building work. And then he came out with a song that I thought was just as impactful as some of the songs that Nas was putting out there at the time. So that would definitely be a song that I would probably have to like tell you to kind of steel yourself because it will hit you in the feels. But Jay-Z did have some songs out there that you're just like, whoa, this dude is really slick with his wordplay. This guy can be a legend. But in a lot of ways, Jay-Z is the Kevin Holland of the rap game. Yeah. You see how I displayed my brand new fitness bag? Guys, if you don't know anything about King Kong or KNKG, guys, I don't know, like I know that I have a small platform, which is why like I never get any sponsorships. But this bag is, especially if you go and you try to get games, and Dr. Evil goes to try to get games, this bag is amazing. This bag, y'all, actually has a system to wrap the weight belt around the bag. Incredible. I basically was kind of like packing it before I started the show. And I'm really, really happy with this product. I don't know what Watch the Throne is. You're gonna have to tell me what that is. I never thought that the clips were very good. I still don't think that I think that they're better than anybody who's out right now, but of their generation, they were very weak. Pharrell Williams is probably one of the more talented individuals to ever be born on planet Earth. But he freaks me out because he freaks me out because he still looks like he's 19 years old, and I think he's 59. Question: what year was this album released? Chris Brown. I never listened to Chris Brown's music. But Missy Elliott is hit or miss. I love Timbaland's work as a producer. So that album was released in 2011, which means it was released after 2003. So according to how I look at rap music, the album doesn't exist, and I'm not interested. Anything that Jay-Z put out after the year 2003, I don't care. He retired in 2003. So the way I see it, the album doesn't exist. The Black Album was Jay-Z's last album. He signed off and said he was retiring. It was a trash album. And I accepted that he retired in 2003. So if you're telling me that there's an album that features him in it from 2011, I don't care. He retired in 2003. Yep. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care at all. And that's another guy I don't want to give any attention to, Kanye West. I want to give him -6 attention because the only reason why you are seeing the behaviors that you're seeing from Kanye West is because he is desperate. This is my orange creamsicle float. You're going to see how this works. The only reason why he is doing what he is doing is to keep people's attention on him. And as I explained to Captain Paul, then we're going to record a video on this topic, by the way. A fork, please. I'd appreciate it. The only reason why, probably a paper towel. The only reason why Kanye West is acting the way he is acting is because he wants to remain in the public eye at all costs. So, so I don't give any attention to Kanye West whatsoever. I am about to inhale like 1,700 calories right now, which means that I'm going to get leaner a little slower than I would like, but oh well. New Day and the Joy. Oh, yeah. I thought you was talking about the New Day. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, those songs don't exist. Jay-Z retired in 2003. Nas made no public declaration of his retirement like Jay-Z did. He just kept putting out better and better music. He had a time where some of his albums really didn't hit. You know, God's Son had a couple of songs on there, but that probably wasn't his best effort. He even admitted to putting out some lackluster albums around the time that his mother died. But after that, the dude putting out bangers, like 5 or 6 summers in a row. I think he released like 2 or 3 really good albums in the span of a 12-month period. Ken, have you listened to In My Lifetime or Reasonable Doubt from Jay-Z? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Is he about to come back? Is he about to come back?
Yeah. Are you home, Kian?
Oh, he got slammed. And look at this finish. This is going to be finished. And he trying to sneak his head out of there?
Would I be a terrible person if I
he's going for the armbar again.
How delicious this Oreo shake is to you?
Can he get out?
What's for dinner, Ken? He said, I'm starving while y'all doing this to me.
He's popped his head out. Oh, wow. Green survived.
Mm-hmm.
Green, where's green?
It is, Ken. It is your favorite. Also my favorite. Oreo. I love Oreos.
You're going to tell me, Cam, that anything that Jay-Z put out after In My Lifetime and Reasonable Doubt is better than those 2 albums. Oh, I love Mint. I love Mint stuff.
I think there's regular straight up Oreo is the best.
Wait,
but I do like mint Oreo.
The C can't just admit to not brushing the teeth. Nasty nigga. That's wild.
Sure. If we ever meet Ken in person, I am so trolling you when it comes to peppermint shit. We'll go out to eat, and I'm going to order peppermint ice cream, peppermint everything. Just to like get on your nerves. Now I just want to do that. All right, babe. You ever go to Virginia? We're ordering peppermint everything.
Virginia is for lovers. I had the banana pudding Shake Shack shake when we went to Jersey last week.
I did Shake Shack tonight because I went to a restaurant with my family. It was expensive, which I expected it to be. But the sliders that I ordered were just fucking tiny. It's like it's not, I'm not walking in expecting spectacular food, but I was like, I'd rather spend that much money on
green.
Shake Shack.
Look how strong green is. I think it was finished. I just think it was finished after that. He tapped before he even got underneath the chin. Well, there's a lot of places like that. He sold out for that submission attempt, and then he just rolled over like a little puppy. His head is misshapen. That Sam was cool. Look, he was tapping before he even got underneath the chin. Yeah, and that's what it looked like. Looked like some mental weakness from Matisse. Just featherweight, right? Every time I see Marco Bisbee, I see a guy and I'm like, he must be so happy he's not getting punched in the face anymore.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like a problem. He also looks like his rear delt is completely separated from his side delts. I did predict that. I think you deserve it for all of the stressful things that you've been doing today. You need some comfort. Damn. No, that ain't done my life. G-Cam was saying earlier that he wouldn't know what to say to Luana Santos. See my Twitter. We were talking earlier about how much of a disappointment that Kevin Holland is as a fighter. And, some of the points I was making is that Kevin Holland treats a $50,000 bonus the way most white people would treat a $5 million bonus. So he goes in there, and if he meets just a little bit of adversity, you know what? I'll just take my show money and go home. Here on TSP, we make it a point to always root against Julian Erosa. Why is that? Because we do not condone any man calling himself juicy. Pause. It's completely unacceptable. I'm not calling another man juicy. So Julian Erosa, please lose. Did you just say what's TSP? The show that Making was on yesterday doing their predictions. You should have heard them panel member say his name, Paul Jig. That should have me laughing out loud in the gym. Rick has a daughter named Ashley? What does Ric Flair's daughter, Ashley, do? We know what Charlotte does. Put us all to fucking sleep. Well, I guess it answers that. I think this is the part of the stream where it can ask dumb questions.
What else are we supposed to do for the next 10 minutes?
Wow, Gilbert Burns is, nice pinstripes. All right. That's a new one. I've never heard anybody ever say that before.
I think he was saying good things about Charlotte a few weeks ago.
Oh. I've never seen anybody say anything positive about Charlotte Flair. Never once. And maybe her father. I've heard her father say positive things about her.
Well, he's her father, so that doesn't count.
Charlotte Flair is fucking horrible. Also, actually, CCAM, I was excited when Charlotte Flair first came up to the WWE. I was actually excited. And then I watched her. And I'm like, wow, she's awful. And the only reason why she is there and being elevated is because of the greatness of her father. Now, here's the thing, right? Charlotte Flair over Becky Lynch and over Bailey. I mean, those are low bars to clear. I really don't like Becky Lynch or Bailey. Although I would squeeze one of Bailey's butt cheeks at least one time just for the experience, just to kind of know what one of the cheeks would feel like in my hands. But beyond that, I don't really care. But I don't really like any of the three of them. And I dislike Becky Lynch mainly because of her gimmick. Bailey is a butterface. And, you know, they take the belt off of Charlotte so they can give it to her again and just artificially inflate how many times she's won the championship.
Mm-hmm. You can only go to a new person after it's on Charlotte.
And then it goes right back to Charlotte. She hasn't got over with her own gimmick. She's still using her father's gimmick. After all this time, she's still using her father's gimmick. Yeah, I don't like Bianca Belair either. I'm not a Bianca Belair fan whatsoever. But then again, I don't like most of the women's wrestlers. You know, I'm partial to Asian women in general, but I don't like pretty much any of them that I see in the WWE. And I'm more likely to give them a pass than any other group because I have that partiality. And the thing is, when Naomi came back with the glow thing, that was actually pretty cool. And then I very, very quickly stopped caring about her. But the caution tape, the caution tape ring attire, I think is a really cool idea. What do you mean partial to them? Meaning that I am unfairly biased in their favor. So, you know, I have a preference for Asian women in general, but I don't care about any of them that are none of them in WWE have gotten my attention or made me care about them or the storylines that they're involved in. You know, there was all of this ballyhoo about Asuka when she first signed with the WWE. Don't care. I think it was just ring attire. I don't think that it was like a new gimmick. I just think that she was just wearing something that just looked cool. And it looked really cool. So props to Naomi. Naomi looked with the caution. And then I think she at WrestleMania had like an enhanced version of that ring attire. It was a really cool idea. Really cool. I got annoyed when I heard that Asuka was complaining about men being attracted to her. Anytime I hear women in the public eye who make money being in the public eye complaining about male attention, it is always going to get on my nerves. is going to get on my nerves every single time. And when I heard that from her, and she's not even really all that good looking, to hear that from her, now I really don't care. Oh, so it's not just me. Hello, Minty Betts is on the screen, and where are you? Look at that. Look how she wears that brown. Good God. This is the reason why we should watch UFC Vegas 106. Oh,
It's the only fight pack we need.
for real. Can we replace everybody at the desk? Can we just replace everybody at the desk and just put Minty? Please.
That's comments of the street.
Yep. I think Dan Jensen would agree with me when I say I have no problem making her squeal with my face. Well, this is where I would give Asuka credit. If you really hate male attention and you hate men and all this other stuff, and you dress like you work at a warehouse, I give you credit for being consistent. My issue, CCAN, is when women complain about male attention and they go out there and they make sure that they wear pants that highlight every curve of their butt cheeks and they got their titties spilling out all in everybody's faces. And they do everything they can to get male attention while simultaneously complaining about male attention. Those are the women that I really dislike. But if Asuka is like really, really and truly, I don't like men, I hate that men are attracted to me, you know, and then she goes out in the world and she comports herself as a person that's not looking for attention, then I have to respect her. I don't have to like her, but I damn sure respect her. We got Charlie. Look at how Charlie's wearing this little black dress. No, but they showed like the top down, like you missed her from the toes to the crown.
Mhm.
There's not too many white women with no like discernible secondary features that I really care about, but she looks good. Did you see the Superman trailer? By accident, I like to avoid trailers whenever I can. I don't like to see trailers. I don't want to hear. I don't want to see sneak previews. I don't want to get people's opinions. I don't want to listen or watch people's reviews of movies until after I have seen the movie in complete totality. Then I'll go back and watch the trailer. Then I'll go back and watch or read a movie review. I don't want to know nothing about the movie until I buy the ticket, we leave the house, we go down to the theater, we hit the recline button on the seat, and the movie begins.
We're opposite. Oh, trailers. I did see the trailer.
So, what she's saying is, she's trailer trash.
Oh. Trash. I think the only time I'll go to want to see a trailer is if one thing has, I'm exaggerating here, 10 different trailers. Really, really like 3. After that, now I feel like it's too much. Like Lilo and Stitch, there's a whole bunch of trailers. I already know the story of Lilo and Stitch and watched the fucking cartoon, but enough is enough. I will be watching them. Making the trailers. Just piece them all together. Watch them.
Yeah, exactly.
So, the usual number 2, 3 that they put out for the film. After that, nice.
Like Pokemon? Watch them all?
I don't want to watch them all. Pokemon.
That was a lot of calories consumed in a very short
Mm-hmm.
So
No bigger.
basically what we're doing here on the main card is she's going to get up and go take a break. And then she's going to come back looking groggy. And then I'm going to get up and I'm going to take a break.
Well, if I get up to take a break, I am not coming. Once I go lay in that bed, I'm not going to. So I will stay here to the end.
I just want, the invisible hand, disembodied hand.
Yeah, she's watching.
With the AirPods on. No, that's not why. I thought that's what it was. You said that there's a different quality with the audio. There's like certain details that you can really only hear with the AirPods on, not with the television.
He's home. Fell asleep.
What I want to know is when is Costa going to do his full, complete Michael Jackson transformation?
Seems like it's fading.
You know, I don't think it's a fade. I think that the skin is peeling off.
Mm-hmm.
Then the skin that replaces it doesn't have the pigmentation. Yeah, Burns and Cannonier has had too many chances. I have to agree on both accounts. Yeah, I have to agree with that. I just want to see Julian and Rosa get beat. Stupid ass nickname. We got Herb then. Oh, he's not bad looking. I thought he was doing that. Same thing with Boston. He's just so annoying. Can Costa just knock him the fuck out, please? He trained inside leg kicks. Oh, Costa can really whip that leg out. He uses his kicks like jabs, really. Oh man, that's a punishing kick to the body. He's got snappy hands too. Oblique kick.
He's more one than the other right now.
It doesn't matter if you're black and white.
Wow.
His kick game is super strong. Oh, hit him with the Superman punch! Erosa tried to act like it didn't hurt. Oh!
Oh!
Oh! Yo, he's got kicked in his head!
His eyebrows are all the way up here.
Hell yeah!
He's like, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Did I get the t-shirt? Ooh, kick to the body. He's trying to time him. You better not get knocked out trying to time him for a head kick. Nice little, what was that, like a 3-2-3 combo there? Oh, he tripped himself trying to throw an elbow from halfway. Yeah, objects in mirror may be closer than they appear. It's further away. We could do his job, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bisping.
Yeah.
Oh, another kick to the head. Oh wow, he's now hitting him with that jab. Also, Julian is dealing with, the whole uh, orthodox versus southpaw problem.
Oh,
Oh, he almost kicked him in the. I think he did. Oh,
he didn't stop it.
like, I ain't got nothing down there anyway. My name was Juicy J. I had the doctors get rid of it years ago. Oh, he's tagging him up. And Julian's not moving his head off the center line. So he's there to be hit. Oh, they just try an axe kick. Oh, come on, keep your balance. Oh, he didn't keep his balance. Damn. 30-second rest, right? Costa gets the round, even with this takedown. That crazy.
Illegal.
I'm always freaked out when you guys have arms that muscular. Like in the Home Depot commercial.
You're gonna show it to me the times. Oh, okay.
Unfortunately.
Oh, their foot. Okay.
He's like, yo, get that camera out of my face. That was funny. Yeah, Costa's accuracy is just better than Julian's. Oh, that's probably why he switched to his hands. Wouldn't be surprised if he switched to his hands because of it.
We did the post up the one.
Yeah. It's going to hurt. You see how he didn't want to stand up on the foot? Oh, is he pulling? Is he pulling it? Is he pulling it? No, there's a lot of space there. He's trying to get those hands locked. Oh, he's trying to take that neck. Oh, did he get his hands locked? No, he can't get his hands locked. Yeah, look, yeah, his toes. Yeah, his toes hurt. You can tell the way he's waving them. And now Erosa's going to force him to wrestle and put weight on his toes. He just stood on the back of Costa's leg. I'm surprised he's not doing the foot stomp method. They're not in Canada. Apparently, you can do that when you're not in Montreal. As long as they can hear it on the mic.
I wanted to do this on Friday.
Yeah, I figured we were going to do all this stuff.
I was going to leave the seat selection to kind of the last minute when you're thinking,
No, I can do everything around the film. Like if I know I'm going to be doing something, I just want to schedule people. Costa is very, very active with that left hand. Oh, kicked him in his face. Anyway. Look at how long and slow Erosa strikes him. Erosa is getting tagged.
Fine. My foot's broken, got poked in the eye, I'm good. So I power up.
Do you give Costa credit for a takedown if he wasn't really going for the takedown attempt?
Um,
That dude is like really confused. That's still going to get close to round two. Now, Dan, you might feel differently, so let me know. But I just don't like Julian Earlston because of his sus-ass nickname.
Dan says he has him as the winner in his picks.
Oh, Costa? Okay.
That left hand is finding a home. How can you pick a guy named Juicy J to win, Dan? I thought you were more manly than that. He tried to get a takedown on a guy with no toes. Oh, he just hurt himself. He just hurt himself with the kick attempt. I think that's what stunned him, and that allowed the opening for the up kick to hit him. Yeah, that foot is really hurting him. And it's getting worse throughout the fight.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he would have knocked out Erosa by now. Remember, he was using his kicks as the jab to start. And I think that in the second round, he was able to stay focused because the injury was newish. But as the fight has gone on, it does look like he's really, really struggling with it. Yeah. You can't really get a lot of good power on his shots anymore. Before, he was able to like really put it on Erosa, but over time, he just hasn't been able to put the sting on those punches. Nice knee. Yeah. Every time he puts it down, anytime there's a takedown attempt, he punches him to the side. He's like, you go over there. Oh yeah, David Banner says he's going to be a lot. And, I'm not going to see him very much.
Great.
Yeah. Yep. He went for a flying knee and got punched back. Costa is really trying. Oh, he gave him one. Costa just has to survive. Why did Erosa go to the ground like that? I think this fight would have gone differently for Costa if he didn't injure his foot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But he stopped throwing them. Give credit to Julian because his defense probably led to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't do TikTok, CK. You can't said TikTok. What is that? I don't know. It's a clock. I have a watch. I don't know. I went into the 80s today?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's beautiful.
Everything else.
Yep.
I can hang now. You're from the beautiful. Then back to the 50s and 60s. I ain't mad. I could drive in that wedding now.
I do like horror. It depends on the type of horror, though. I'm more into, or the types of horror I like are slasher films. I like future horror, monster, creature, monster type horror.
Monster, creature, monster.
Monster, creature, monster, creature, monster.
Creature.
That's the type I like.
Get it. Yes. Now go a nurse that foot injury.
Clown guy. The clown guy. Sounds like the type of slasher.
The It one where the guy hangs out in the sewer system
yes.
and the pedophile.
I haven't seen the latest It films. I enjoy the Halloween films. Friday the 13th. I used to really like them in the 90s. I used to rent videos on the weekend, Blockbuster, or the local video shop, and then usually pick out a horror film. Especially if I was hanging out with my dad and my stepbrother. It's definitely a horror film that we would see.
You know what? You take the big chair. Big chair. Oh, 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 oh. Do it.
So let's blur it up a bit. Don't be blurry. There we go. And it's fixed. Rhea says it is her twin. I want to hear about his foot. Hold on. No, I thought the blood was his own blood. He doesn't even know. Mm, there are films that are like, yeah, he's limping. Predator, yes. That's good for it. Predator. I do. Best horror movies of all time. Oh, Jaws is excellent. I don't know if you would put that on the horror category. Jaws is excellent. 28 Days Later, yes. Predator, monster type, me like. I did really enjoy 28 Days Later, and I'm looking forward to 28 Years Later. Is that what's coming out? That was a great film. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, absolutely. Shit like that. I just Googled best horror movies of all time. They have Gremlins listed as a horror film. I don't know if I would call that a horror film, but I love Gremlins. Tremors, that was fun. Carrie is fun. Alien, Alien is fun. I enjoyed the first two, maybe three Saw films. I think the first one is probably the best. First Final Destination film was pretty good. Megan, I don't think I've seen this movie, but this might be in the branch of horror that. Oh, sorry. I speak a little. This might be better. Can you hear me now? Um, I have not seen Megan. Is Megan supposed to be like a Chucky type film? Is that the modern Chucky? Can you hear me better now? Much better. Okay. I was just sitting too far back, and I naturally speak lower than DEG. Um, yeah, Ken, have you seen Girl Chucky? I wasn't really into this film. I do like Chucky. I'll probably watch Megan sometime in the future when I'm bored. Um, I won't say that I'll never watch Megan. It's just not. I don't know. It doesn't look very interesting, but I'll watch it eventually. 'Cause I do like Chucky type films. What else is good? Ooh, Dusk Till Dawn. Candyman. Yes. Candyman is a good one. The Ring was good. I saw Friday the 13th. Hmm. You like her better than Chucky. All right, interesting. Christine. Is that a horror film, Dan? Christine, the movie, 1983. Oh, based on a Stephen King novel. I have not seen this. Jeepers Creepers. I think the first Jeepers Creepers came out on my birthday. That I did watch. Um, but I have not seen Christine. Christine is the car. There's a possibility that I saw this when I was younger. It may have been one of the film, like one of many films that my brother and I just picked because it was available at the local video shop. But I don't remember much about it. I may have seen it. I would watch it again though, just to remind myself. Carrie is a good film. If you guys saw the latest Doctor Strange film, the Doctor Strange in the Multiverse, in the Multiverse of Madness, I think parts of were like towards the ending. Let me know if I'm ruining this for anybody, but I think they were inspired by horror films. I really liked the connection between Doctor Strange and some of the horror films. So when they had what's her face all bloodied up and she's walking around looking to kill everyone, I believe they used Carrie, or they were inspired by the Carrie films for that. That was pretty cool. We saw the new one. I thought I've seen both. I don't know if I prefer one over the other, but I have watched both. Don't think I've seen Insidious. Well, A Quiet Place is good. I'm not as much into um, I haven't seen this one. I'm familiar with it, but I haven't seen it. The horror films that are kind of on the supernatural spectrum are not my favorite. I'll still watch them. They're just, yeah, Conjuring as well. It's not my favorite subcategory of horror film. I think the exception to that is like the Poltergeist. But the Poltergeist is a classic film. Anything after the Poltergeist, I'm okay not watching it. Good morning. Ooh, Train to Busan is on this list. Great film. Han says, I prefer Supernatural over Slasher. Slasher is just not really good at storytelling. It's not. I'll agree with you on that, but I think it's just fun. I think slasher films are more fun to watch. Like, I know everybody's gonna die, and I know one person is gonna get lost in the woods and make the wrong turn and walk into the wrong room, and then they're gonna get slashed. I know this is gonna happen. And it's hilarious when it does. Yeah, I don't think I saw the very last one. Last month or the month before, I started rewatching all of them. I maybe got up to the 4th Final Destination. So I'll need to watch the very last one before I watch 6. I do intend on watching the latest Final Destination. All right. It says to look up our variant. 2002. Oh, it said they didn't go in order. Oh, it has Bill Skarsgård. I like that dude. The dude from It. Justin Long. I also like him. Kate Bosworth. She's okay. She's forgettable, but she's all right. Richard Brake. He's pretty good. I've never heard of this film before, Barbarian, but I do like the actors that are listed in this film. The whole Skarsgård family is awesome. They're all great. Like any film they do is great. And I haven't seen Justin Long in something. It's been a while. There was one. The person who says forgettable and okay is her name already. Kate Bosworth. She's in this film Barbarian that you were telling me about. Oh, this is cute. Focus. Focus, camera, focus. There is one movie called Strangers. That one is really good, and the next match has started, just FYI. Between Stormsfuss and Boris Lusenburg. Fuck everybody's name. Strangers is more suspense than horror. That was a really great film. And that came out early 2000s. Two 2008, The Strangers. It's with Liv Tyler and Scott Speedman. Sorry. Psychological horror. I recommend The Strangers. Ken says to check out Synth. This sounds familiar. 2005. Maybe I didn't see this. This one I haven't seen. Okay, I'll go back to that in a second. Because it feels like something really exciting is happening and we might not make it out the first round, possibly. Looks like he's breathing fine. I think he's breathing fine. Yeah, watch that. Almost looked like he was about to tap. Yeah, I remember that they had remade it. I don't think I've seen the new The Strangers, but I remember the very first Strangers film freaked me the fuck out. God, it was freaky as fuck. I don't want to ruin it. Let me know if you've seen it already, and then I'll talk more about it. But I was freaked out watching it. So that's another type of horror film I like. Oh, there was a clash of heads. That's what I missed. So we got a threat of a takedown and a threat of a guillotine. And we just got a stalemate. I may have seen Don't Breathe. That sounds familiar. Hush doesn't sound familiar. Don't Breathe sounds a little familiar. I'll look those up in a minute. Oh, good right from Crucible. Boev. Every time I see them come forward now, I'm afraid they're gonna crash heads again. Let's see. When I Google Hush, one of the first things people ask is Hush a good movie? Hilarious. American slasher film. Deaf and mute writer who retreat into the woods to live in. Of course. Of course, it's somebody who's in the woods and they're being stalked. Come on. Come on. Oh my God, this looks awful, but I would watch it. Oh man. This actually looks hilarious. Yeah, I see it. She's a deaf and mute writer living alone in the woods. It's always somebody living alone in the woods. All right, round two. And then I'll look up Don't Breathe after this round. Oh, good kick. Good uppercut after that. And then takedown. Oh, he's got blood. Oh, it's gushing. I think it's gushing out his nose. Oh, yeah, it's the nose. The nose is just gushing. Blood. Blood. Oh man, that nose is just a faucet now. I mean, his nose kind of looks like what we've all been going through with our allergies. Oh, the uppercut got him. They're showing the replay of what busted the nose. Oh, look at it. Elvis is still doing great for someone who has a busted up nose and probably is having trouble breathing. Yeah, you see him just breathing out of his mouth. Yeah, they're chatting about how Sultan is having trouble getting on his feet, and right as I'm saying that, he actually looked like he was going to be successful and is not anymore. Leaking blood all over the place. Oh, he's mushing his face, and I know the nose is busted. Good knee to the gut. I don't know whose corner is yelling for the right elbow. Oh, he's trying to go for that leg. Don't grab the fence. Give him pop out. Give him pop out. I don't know what Stolfitz is saying. I think he's trying to talk to. Yeah, there was a couple of fence grabs. Oh, his nose is getting smushed again. Don't punch him in the dick. Oh, I just want to see his nose. Commercial. Motherfuckers. I said that I was going to look up. Don't breathe. This poster looks familiar. I like Stephen Lang. He's a good actor. I'm looking at the cast list for this film. I'm not really familiar with anyone else, but I like the dude. Three delinquents break into the house of a war veteran who's blind to steal his money. However, they discover that he's not as defensive as he seems. Defenseless as he seems. Actually, this looks pretty cool. I would add this to my list of films to watch while I'm working. That seems like a good one. That one and Hush. I would play those two while I'm doing work. Good body kick. I think he's fine. Yeah, he's fine. He didn't complain about Victor Henry. Whoa, nice. Looks like that kick threw off his balance. Salford should do more of those. More leg kicks. More leg kicks. It's like a tongue twister every time I try to say Dustin's last name. I'm just gonna call him Dustin because I'm jacking up his last name. More leg kicks, Dustin. Can you say the first name now? Oh, good head kick. All these kick attempts from Dustin are so slow. You can see them coming. It's like he's working at half speed. Surprised he got that because he's moving so slowly. It looks like they're just going to rest here for the next 3.5 minutes. You're both exhausted. All right, the bloody faucet has turned back on. Don't knee him. Don't knee him. Even though Stoltzfus is moving so slowly, dude's fucking tough. Can barely breathe. He's been kicked in the head a bunch of times. So fucking dude. The ref almost got knocked out there. Look at that head kick. It did land on his temple. He tried to block it with his hand, but the heel of the foot did hit him on the temple. Ugh. His translator's like, I can't translate every single word, but here's what he's kind of talking about. Oh, nickel. He's going to translate 2% of that. Oh, very nice. He's sporting it. Yeah, nice. 3 more left. Sorry, guys. Yeah, let me actually throw it on. Let me see where they're streaming it, actually. Oh, our co-main. Co-main is off. I wanted to see Paul Craig. They better not extend this shit because there's one less fight. So let me actually relabel because we have a new co-main now. Co-main is no longer Paul Craig and Rodolfo. It's a medical issue, of course. Alrighty, well, 2 fights left now instead of 3. Dan, you get to go to bed a little earlier. I guess that's good. So it looks like Don't Breathe is on Hulu, meaning Disney Plus. No, yes, all right. Well, I agree. So don't forget notes. Movies. Hush. Don't breathe. And actually, the other movie I wanted to see that you mentioned was Barbarian. Barbarian. Because I like the people that are in it. Done. Oh, I'm sorry, Dan. It's not the mic. I just I'm not very used to projecting. I need to get a little better at projecting my voice a little more, even though the mic is right here. So I either have to sit really, really close to it. It's like a hand away from me. Or if I sit back here, I just have to project a little more. So that's on me. I just have to speak up. I think also towards the end of the day, it gets a little challenging to keep up the projection. So I'm going to work on it. Oh, really? Mother flipper. Okay, then it's possible that it is the mic. We did have the blue screen of death earlier, I was told. Um, our computer is dying. It just is. And it's not like we have that much stuff on it, but it's just old. It's over 10 years old. I use it for work every day, but I don't have many things installed. But when I logged into the machine yesterday, it was something like, you know, 0 gigs of space available. It's like, why? Neither of us downloaded anything. How do you magically not have no more space? So replacing this computer is creeping up higher and higher on our list of priorities, which might come with the replacement of this mic. So I'll try to do a little better to speak up or be a little closer. Did you find it difficult to hear DEG when he was speaking? Did he cut out at all? I'm gonna try to stay perky. I don't think we've decided if we're going to stick with PC for the next one or if we're going to replace this with a Mac machine. It sounds more clear, yeah. He also just naturally, his voice carries very easily. But I think this summer we'll probably start shopping around for a machine so that when we decide on one, we can start budgeting for it as quickly as possible. Um, yeah, yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think his voice is just naturally like that. Mine is a little. So I can start, like usually at the beginning of my sentences, I can project pretty well. I just sort of lose it as the sentence goes along or I start speaking for longer. The energy sort of dies as I'm speaking. Uh, it's something I work on. I need to work on. Or 4 hours late, Kratos. How dare you? We have been waiting 4 hours and 8 minutes and 3 seconds. Welcome. It's okay because I was also late for this card. I got in 2 hours ago, less than 2 hours ago. Exactly. What the hell, Kratos? It's fucked up. TG is here. He's just taking a quick break. But yeah, I haven't been here that long either. Maybe 2 hours because I was out hanging with family. But we are on the main card now. Um, Originally, we had 3 fights left. Now there are only 2 fights left because the co-main event, which was originally supposed to be, I got rid of the names. Daniel Craig versus some other dude. Forgot his name. Anyway, the co-main event has been canceled at the last minute. We just learned about it maybe 5 minutes ago. So, 2 fights left for today. A nice early night. It's a bunch of fighters today that look like kids. So young. How you doing, Kratos? I know, neither Jeremy or Banner. Well, DHU said earlier that Danner. Oh God, I need to go to bed. Don't tell Banner I called him Danner. Dan. Um, Man, I am all fucked up. Banner is going to be MIA for a little bit because of work, so we'll see him when we see him. And Jeremy's probably busy with family. Yeah, Banner's working. Kratos says, have something to share with DG. Okay. I will give him the heads up when he comes back. He should be back before the event is over. He'll, at the very least, be here for the last fight. And I'll let him know that you tried to contact him. So today was the Brooklyn Half Marathon. I don't have any good news to announce. This is actually pretty sad. I just learned about this. The Brooklyn Half Marathon is hosted by the same company that runs the New York City Marathon, the big one in November. And I normally do that one. They have the Brooklyn Half Marathon, which is, I've never ran it before, but it goes from, if anyone is familiar with Brooklyn, it goes from Prospect Park, which is a nice big park in the center of Brooklyn, and runs all the way down to Coney Island. So you cross the finish line at the Coney Island Boardwalk. I've never done it before because it's kind of expensive, and I've done other half marathons. But there is news that a 31-year-old man died while running the Brooklyn Half Marathon. It says the runner made it roughly 8 miles through the Brooklyn course before he experienced a medical incident. And I saw people writing about this on Reddit. There's a Reddit thread about running in general, but there is one today about for anyone who's running this race. and they were saying that they did spot someone who was receiving medical care during the race. Just impressions. Really, really fucking sad. There's no other information yet. That's it. After he only made it to mile 8, only 31 years old. That is sad. Yeah, it says EMS workers responded, performed CPR, and rushed Rogers is the person's name, the gentleman's name, rushed him to the hospital. Damn. Damn. That's awful. Unfortunately, this was not the only death in this race ever. This is the only death today. We don't have anyone dying. The last time there was a death for this race, it was 3 years ago at the finish line. I remember when this happened because this was during the pandemic, or like as we were coming out of lockdown. But I believe what happened that day might be similar to what happened today, where temperatures were unusually high. It wasn't a super hot day, but compared to weeks leading up to the race, today was pretty hot and I think a little humid. And someone had passed 3 years ago, and someone else passed today. Didn't mean to bring the mood down. Just something I spotted. News like that. I want to check out. All right. Our new co-main event: Sadiq versus Myron Santos. Since the Daniel Craig fight is over, or called off. Nice kick from Santos. Bunch of head kicks today, at least since I've been watching. Almost had a Victor Henry. Ooh, good uppercut from Santos. Although it doesn't look like it affected Sadiq at all. Kratos says it's a news article about a popular energy drink ingredient. Okay. He'll check it out. I'm sure he'll also let me know about it. Not that I really drink energy drinks, but it's good to just be informed about that stuff in general. I'll make sure he checks. Oh, good leg kick. Okay. It's pretty quiet in their house right now, so I think everyone is taking a power nap. We're all up a little early. DEG had a couple of clients today. I think his very first client today was at 8 a.m. He was up before, I think, 2 and I. Some good elbows. Or just one elbow. It wasn't plural. One elbow. I'm just noticing the tattoos on the right arm of Santos, that those are all birds. Actually, I'd like to see that up close. See if there's a photo of that somewhere. Looks like different birds on his arm. It seemed like a pretty, that was a good kick. It seemed like a pretty even round between the two guys. Yeah, I don't know who won that round. Round 2. Um, right to the chest from Santos. Looks like an attempt question mark kick as well. Some fancy ass kicks today. I'm liking it. Oh, he did get kicked in the face. Do you have a little blood? Yeah, that was from that head kick. Oh, nice. He's chopping down that tree. I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to stand on that leg. So deep. And going for a takedown. So it looks like we have some blood on the left eyebrow. And some blood coming from the nose. Yeah. Excellent. Some shoulder strikes. Don't hit him in the back of the head. All right, we need a little more than just this stuff up against the side of the cage. We're going to go for a takedown. What are we doing here? Or is it just going to be like a minute and a half of shoulder strikes? Oh, nice elbow. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. That left leg is there for you, Santos. Oh, good left. Oh, he just like punched the blood out of his nose. Oh, good head kick again. Okay, so just to add, I swear I'm not trying to bring the mood down. This time someone didn't die. Another person at the same race, Brooklyn Half Marathon, did collapse at the finish line. And he did need CPR. So I actually, he died for a little bit. Dude needed CPR. They performed CPR on him at the finish line, and he is okay now. That is wild. I'm sad that the other guy passed. I'm glad that it wasn't two that passed. But he's okay. He said fitness is dangerous. Santos is very accurate with that left. It's very quick. These jabs are very snappy from Santos. Sorry, excuse me. Ooh, that was a nasty looking kick. No, I got the takedown. Next drops the beat. Wasn't able to keep it though. Irving looks so bored at the side. Look at him just chewing his gum. Smacking his lats. Weird. Dude's just smacking him all over. Ooh, almost lost my ear. This is a very odd exchange. Santos was able to reverse this. All right, let's not spend the last 30 seconds here. Good job. Thank you. Excuse me. All right, let's see. I'm surprised he got it. Uh, it says, seemed like I better keep my day job. One good, two bad. Oh, Dan. Jay had not Sadiq. Got Gordon. Costa. That's a yes. One no, two yeses. Pilato. Is that a no? We all need to keep our day jobs. All right, so we got a debut coming up for UFC 316. Man, at least it's not one of those immediate title shots. Those are some of my least favorite. So one more fight left. Next week. Oh no, there is no UFC next week. Guys, you get a free Saturday. Nice. Oh my God. Anytime we get a free Saturday, I don't know what to do with myself. It's weird. Excuse me. Man, Dan, what are you going to do next Saturday? No UFC. The week after that, we will be reunited for Blanchfield versus Barber. 9 p.m. start time. And then after that, the first UFC event of June will be 316, which is what they're talking about. And Dan predicts Kayla Harrison is going to win. All right, it's first prediction. Actually, there's another ladies fight on that card that I'm interested in as well for 316. It is Lipsky versus Kong, Wang Kong. That seems like it's going to be fun. Johnny Walker's going to fight. We know he's going to be silly. What's going to be his silliness thing at 316? Will work probably. All right. All right. Don't work too hard. Doctor's orders. Don't work too hard. OT. Also for 316, Oh, we're gonna call it the Stone Cold Steve Austin MMA show. Austin 316 MMA show. We have to do some sort of play on words when we set up that live stream. That's gonna be fun. Normal size Kevin Gastelum is also gonna be fighting. We got Marlon Vera. Oh man, and we won't have David. David's a big Marlon Vera fan, right? Versus Mario Batista. Batista's good. That should be a good fight. I know you guys were talking about Kevin Holland earlier. I'm always going to root for him to win. I hope he wins. We'll see what happens. They have UFC events all Saturdays in June, and actually 2 UFC pay-per-views in June. Normally, this would annoy me. However, the way the dates are kind of set up, kind of see why that happened, but it is still annoying to have 2 paid events in 1 month. And then at the end of July will be no middle of July, 318 Holloway. Ooh, this looks cool. One more fight back. One more fight back. Oh, I don't know if Kratos is still around. Kratos, you still here? I think DG saw your message. Oh, there he goes. That's wild. 17-0. Quick wiki check while we're waiting for everybody to come out. 12 of those wins were by knockout, one by submission, one by submission, 4 by decision. Yeah. Wild, wild, wild. So his first UFC fight, Dana White Contender Series, September 2021. So he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 within the UFC. Prior to that, the events he fought in were UWC, Mexico, Extreme MMA in Ecuador. The rest were all in Ecuador. His very first fight was in 2017. Sorry, one of them was in Peru, 2019. So the majority of his wins were all in Ecuador. Then you had UWC Mexico. That was right before he joined UFC. He held the belt in two other fighting organizations, both welterweight. It kind of makes me nervous for Burns. When you retire, I hope Burns wins. Morales' record is impressive, but I like Burns. I want him to win. He's lost his last three. It'd be nice to see him walk out with a win. Yeah, he is old, 38. Still want him to win. And I'm muting this announcement. It's Herb Dean, and I don't need he who will not be named jack up Herb Dean's name. Story not for later. Nope. Gotta mute him, Dan. Mute him. Don't torture yourself like that. You don't need to hear his announcement. Welcome back. I think
You're welcome.
the announcements are done. Yes.
So you don't make noise when you're ready? Sometimes I make noise when I'm ready.
So something happened with Rick's opponent, Craig. So that fight is involved at the last minute.
I feel your pain, Dan. And it's a true sponsor.
Yes. He's supplying us with many gems, many quotes.
Yep. So, talking a little bit about what Kraos was referring to, they have noticed that for people who have leukemia, taurine seems to feed the leukemia cells.
Oh.
To make more like so. Taurine is a very useful nutrient and supports your immune system, and taurine is really good, right?
Mhm.
It's just that when you have leukemia, it tends to feed those cells and stimulate the growth of leukemia cells.
Mhm.
So if you don't have leukemia, it's really not a problem. Whether it causes you to get leukemia if you don't already have it, meaning you produced a couple of leukemia cells, but you don't really have the cancer, and then you're taking taurine, and then it makes it actually make it where now you're just producing leukemia cells in your bone marrow. I guess they are. I guess they are doing research on that.
Mhm.
But it's the fact that it's like if you have if you're drinking too many energy drinks and you already have it, the cancer, that it could make the cancer worse quicker. But I don't really mess with taurine so much. But it does have health benefits, though. So
Taurine, I mean, besides
in
energy drinks,
moderation.
because I can see that from the big ass poster in the middle of the ring, isn't usually found in other foods.
Well, it looks
just
like
an
Michael Morales' knuckles are found. No, but taurine is found in meat.
Okay.
So, your body also produces taurine naturally.
Mhm.
So, it's a non-essential amino acid, meaning that your body does produce it on its own
Mhm.
in smaller quantities. But just with anything, you don't want to overdo intake of really anything. Damn.
Burns.
Is this the end of Burns in the UFC?
Rubin is really giving him a chance.
Yeah, he really is, because he's really about to lose his job.
Anyone else who would have stopped it already?
Yeah, it's over. Morales is a dangerous human being.
This is his 4th loss in a row.
Yeah, he's going where his brother is. And Herb Din did his very, very best to give him every chance, because, that little scramble at the end, but he just needed more time to recover, and there wasn't any more time to recover. So.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, they were letting me know they had trouble hearing me, but that today was worse than normal. So I was trying to sit up and sit closer to the mic, but
Right.
I think it's a combination of me speaking low, but maybe there is also something up with the mic.
See that little scramble at the end? Yeah, it's probably, we're working on trying to figure out how to get to the proper folders in the C drive to get rid of unneeded files. And then whenever, we have the opportunity to possibly either replace the computer altogether, or at least replace the C drive, we'll do what we can to improve the quality of the stream. I didn't know Gilbert Burns was 38. Yeah, that's probably the end of Gilbert Burns. It wasn't that long ago he was hanging in there with Hamza.
Yeah, they were talking about that when he came in. Like, yes, he's on a losing streak, but they wanted to acknowledge some great fights he's had leading up.
Yeah, I think he knows.
Dan was like, I can't quit my day job.
I mean, the dudes are working to be the very best fighters they can be while they're living in their home country. I think that when the guys make it to main event status, they tend to put a little bit more effort in when there's more money-making opportunities for them. Right now it's not very profitable for them to put energy into that. Let me see if I
Yeah, gonna see if that improves the mic, because sometimes StreamYard can reduce the quality of the sound. So
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens in the next week or so. There's
yeah,
actually no UFC
yeah,
this Saturday.
yeah. Where somebody talked, I think CCAN was saying that.
Saturday.
Because I was saying today was definitely one of those days I would have preferred to, go out, do something else.
Mm-hmm. We get that opportunity next week.
Yeah. I think Michael Morales also lives in Colombia, so there's no reason for him to put the effort into learning English. You know.
Does it sound any better, Dan? You just checked off or unchecked
A couple of boxes.
couple of options, audio options.
Did it make it worse or better, Dan?
Can you hear me any better? Echo, echo.
I like Michael Morales. It's just that I also like Gilbert Burns too.
Yeah. Oh, yay.
Yeah, it was StreamYard.
It's weird. Some of these, like, it'll just automatically check off a box.
Yeah.
That we haven't touched in months.
Yeah.
But thank you for being our sound check guy.
I'm gonna do one more audio thing. We'll do the automatically adjust mic volume. We'll keep that, but I got rid of the echo cancellation. So hopefully that raises the volume a little bit. But yeah, it should be pretty good. Sorry that we found out.
He said, now we can hear everything. All right.
Yeah.
So, probably also hear the fridge.
Yeah, that's probably what they have a bunch of different things, but sometimes you gotta, turn them off.
Yeah. I think the noise cancellation one is good if you're just recording with Paul.
Yeah.
If it's just you and Paul recording.
Yeah, I mean we'll mess with the sound. But I think that was a StreamYard thing. All right. Well,
thanks for joining us, guys.
Yeah, a little bit of a shorter stream today.
Mm-hmm. I know that fight will be rescheduled some other time. Whenever it comes up. A lesson learned in this live stream. No one should quit their day jobs.
What happened with Youssef Sadiq?
He lost by decision.
Okay.
It actually wasn't a bad fight. It was a little... I don't want to call it slow. It was very calculated.
Right.
Between he and his opponent.
Yeah.
It seemed very much like a chess match.
Right.
And a battle of head kicks and leg kicks. But he lost. So.
Doesn't seem so super. So you got Morales. So did JL. The Bellato fight didn't happen.
Right.
Because he's the one that pulled out. Pause. Julian Erosa lost. Who won the Ruzaboya fight?
I don't remember. Dan said he's 2-2. So there you go.
So he picked Erosa and was wrong, and he picked Youssef and he was wrong. So that means Ruzaboyev had to have won. So him and JL picked Bellato to win, and he didn't show. But Costa won. That was correct. Gordon won. That was correct. In blistering fashion. Morales, both of you got Sadiq incorrect. Our stream sponsor.
The super sticker. Super sticker.
You know. Yeah.
Oh, I just saw the sticker now. Yum.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great sticker.
Well, Luana Santos was looking great.
Yum.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna go find something else to do, or probably talk and stuff. Thank you for supporting as always, guys. This was not a card that many people were interested in, and it kind of showed in the viewership a little bit. But Michael Morales is a real problem at welterweight, and I don't think that he's going to stand in front of the likes of Cucky and just sit there and not throw his hands. He's a hand thrower. I've never seen I've seen people beat Gilbert Burns. I've never seen people overwhelm him to where like he didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
So yes, C-Cam, we lost a fight on the card, the co-main. So that was the problem, C-Cam. That's why the stream is ending early. Thankful. We're thankful for that. The fight action wasn't bad on this card, in my opinion.
Yeah, it actually wasn't so
It's just that it occurred between fighters that people really didn't care about. But yeah, we do have new contender here, C-Cam, in Michael Morales. Michael Morales looks like he is the real deal. Yeah, definitely. We'll be back in a couple of weeks. We're probably going to, have some discussions and stuff. Dan Jensen is definitely going to sleep since it's after 3 a.m. where he's at. But yeah, yep, 3:25 a.m. Dan Jensen always gives us the operative ending that's the most important. We love to talk about fights, politics, women, sports, technology, film, music,
everything.
But the most important thing out of all of them is that you all are safe out there in the real world, including where the potholes are. Okay. So thank you so much. C-Can, thank you for being here with us to make the stream worth doing. So, yeah. Have a beautiful Saturday. Everybody except Dan. You got a beautiful Sunday.
He's going to have a beautiful Sunday.
All right, y'all. Peace.
Bye.